we've been having very great conversations. And I think one of the things that we said and we agreed upon is that the Constitution of Kenya is one of the most progressive constitutions in the world. And part of the reason why it is the most progressive constitution is because it has taken a rights approach and it has looked at the populations. Most of the constitutions focus on civil and political rights, while our constitutions goes beyond political and civil rights and addresses issues of socioeconomic rights, cultural rights, as well as group rights. And from Wednesday, we've been talking about issues of children, issues of the youth, issues of persons with disabilities, older persons, as well as refugee issues. And when we were planning for this meeting, one of the things that the governor said is that we must not leave out issues of refugees. And the context has already been established. Number one, that we are signatories to certain conventions. Number two, that we have the Refugees Act, that we have the Shirika Plan, but also at the county level, we have a plan that addresses issues of refugees. Yesterday, when we had the second session, that is the second panel, there were questions that were addressed on the issues of refugees. Why the county governments must plan with refugees in mind. And today, this session, which is Refugees and Host Communities, Advancing Resilience and Shared Development, is very critical. And allow me to take this opportunity to welcome Ms. Robin Ellis, who is a Deputy County Representative of UNHCR, to give the keynote address. You're welcome, Madam. A round of applause as she comes here. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes.
I think you've said all my remarks.
Okay. But you can see.
Okay. So which microphone is the one that works? I guess this one. A very good morning to everyone. And I wish to greet His Excellency the Governor. I'm not sure if he is here, as well as the CEO of the Council of Governors, the members of the County Executive Committee, the members of the County Assembly, and the other UN agencies and international organizations, development partners, and others that are here today, all protocol observed. Really, a good morning. And I wish to thank on behalf of UNHCR for your very kind invitation for us to be here today, which I see, our organization sees, that Greece has put refugees at the forefront of a way going forward through sustainable development to support all the citizens of Greece as well as the refugees that you host. Let me express deep appreciation for the County of Greece, for the people of Greece, as well as the leaders of Kenya and the Kenyan people for their big hospitality to refugees, not only in Greece, but also in other counties, especially Turkana, for over 30 years. Thank you so much. And of course, this, no, thank you. This conference is such an important opportunity to celebrate the achievements and its impact. And it comes also at a time, a pivotal time in the refugee situation, where we, with the Refugee Act of 2021, as our colleague from WFP has mentioned, as well as the plan going forward for the Sharika plan, to have a milestone going forward to ensure self-reliance, shared prosperity, and inclusion for all in the services. Let me also take this opportunity to express appreciation for GISADEP, the full name being the Garissa Integrated Socioeconomic Development Plan. It's still being fully operationalized, but we really see it as an opportunity to ensure economic opportunities and stronger public services for everyone. As I conclude, allow me to take this opportunity to express a hope that the panel today will be useful. We look for this dialogue to continue, not only for today, but going forward. UNHCR has a strong commitment to support Garissa, the inhabitants, everyone who lives in Garissa, including refugees, that these plans going forward help make sure that no one is left behind. So good luck to the panel members today, and looking forward to seeing this discussion. Yay!
Thank you very much. A round of applause for her, tafadhali, as she goes back to her seat. Thank you very much, our country rep, and for the good work that you continue to do here in Garissa and its neighborhood. Ladies and gentlemen, I think now we can go straight into the panel that we are all waiting for, so that we can benefit from the knowledge that the panel has and the experts that have been carefully chosen for this conversation. But to moderate this session, allow me to welcome Mr. Ibrahim Khalif. Mr. Ibrahim Khalif, to kindly let's give him a round of applause as he comes to stage. He is the legal advisor, Department of Refugee Service. Asante sana, Mr. Ibrahim.
Thank you, moderator. Good morning, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. As introduced, my name is Ibrahim Khalif, and I'm going to be the moderator for this session. But before maybe I start the invitation of the panelists, let me just mention a few things from the opening remarks. Is that the government is committed to ensuring that refugees and host community live peacefully, and that we are going to discuss the issue about the new act, the Refugees Act of 2021 and the Shirika Plan, and the transition from humanitarian assistance to more of a development-oriented approach. At this moment, allow me to invite the panelists. I'll start with the first one, who is the UNHCR Head of Sub-Office, Eno Kochola, who is an accomplished humanitarian professional. Rounds of applause. Mr. Ochola has had several leaderships, including the recent one in Tanzania, and he has a lot of experience working in the region. Karibu sana. The second panelist is from the Danish Refugee Council, Mr. Simon Muteti, who is the country director of the Danish Refugee Council. And Simon Zioka has over 20 years experience in humanitarian development and peace building network. Karibu sana. From the county government also and the Shirika Plan or Gisede Plan coordinator, we have Zainab Digale, who is the County of Garissa Development Program coordinator, serving as the county focal person for Gisedep and Shirika Plan. And then Refugee Consortium of Kenya, the other panelists, Ms. Maureen Oriwa, who is the field coordinator in Garissa, and she has over 10 years experience in humanitarian work. A round of applause for our panelists. Let me also have a seat. Thank you. And as we said, I'm Ibrahim Khalif from the Department of Refugee Services. I'm the legal officer. I know some questions were raised yesterday on refugee management. We are also going to try and answer those questions that were raised yesterday in the panel. But without much ado, the government of Kenya has developed a new plan called the Shirika Plan, which aims at integrating refugees and the host communities. And it seeks to empower and to reduce the social disparities and the economic disparities between the refugees and the host communities. We are going to discuss that in our panel. But maybe just to start from UNHCR perspective, Mr. Eno Kochola. My question to you as a panelist in this panel is that how has UNHCR supported the transition from humanitarian assistance to resilience and long-term development for both the refugees and the host communities? With your experience from different countries, different jurisdictions, recently I know you are from Tanzania, but I've seen that you have worked in most of the countries in the region, including Sierra Leone. What would you say is the main difference, and what is UNHCR doing to ensure that refugees and host communities live peacefully and we build resilience and we ensure that they become self-reliant? Karibu.
Thank you very much, Ibrahim. Good morning. A very good morning. Assalamu alaikum. There is no energy like yesterday, because yesterday there was a lot of energy when the issues of refugees was raised. But back to the question, Ibrahim, Thank you very much for that very good question. If you allow me, please, I want to take you back a bit, a couple of years back, to give you a bit of a background from where we are coming from. First and foremost, I would like to thank the Honorable Mheshimiwa Governor Nadhif for inviting us to UNHCR. And we are joined this morning by my deputy representative who has just opened the session for this panel discussion. But to take you back or to the question, over the years, and by the way, yesterday we marked 75 years of the convention, so we are 75 years old now. But during the last 75 years or so, we've been providing international protection and humanitarian relief assistance in camps, and in some cases in settlements, and in some cases in urban areas. But over the years, we have realized that maintaining refugees in camps, care and maintenance, is not structured to a solution. And where do we get the solutions for refugees? Because when you look at DAB has been in existence for the last 35 years, 35 years of humanitarian relief assistance, 35 years of relief being given year in, year out, 35 years of people sitting in waiting for relief assistance. I think that has to come to an end. How does it come to an end? And I will give you a bit of background, building on what is already happening in Turkana, the Kisidef. In 2015, we reached out to the government of Kenya, and we had engagements on how we could change the refugee management model, the refugee protection model, and the refugee assistance model. And we organized a couple of go-and-see visits to our neighbor country in Uganda, where Uganda is running settlements. And Uganda also was running a project that is called Rehope, which today I think really features into the CRF, and also what Kenya is now launching, which is the Shrika Plan, the GCDF, and the KISIDF. Uganda was doing what they're calling refugee and host community empowerment projects. And we found that very important for us to learn from what Uganda started. Then we did some couple of missions to Uganda. As a result, we engaged with the government of Kenya to emulate what the Uganda government started doing. And as a result, we also engaged with the Garissa County, with the Turkana County government to allocate a piece of land where we could actually start working on what we're calling the Kalobey Integrated Socio-Economic Development Plan, KISIDEV. And as a result, we launched the KISIDEV in 2015. I'm just taking you back a bit so that I bring you to Shrika and then to the GCDEV. Then in 2015, when we launched the KISIDEV, we felt this is something that we could actually expand, but learning from the lessons of the KISIDEV, we embarked on, again, countrywide consultation to make sure KISIDEV is realized, to make sure also KISIDEV is expanded to other refugee hosting countries, including Garissa. If you look at the KISIDEV, for those of you who are familiar with KISIDEV, it has 4 pillars, and the 4 pillars is within the sustainable development of infrastructure, the livelihoods inclusion, the spatial planning, and livestock, because livestock is the economical background backbone of the Turkana County, and so does also the Garissa County. So within those 4 pillars of the KISIDEP, we embark on building Kalobey, and I don't want to go into the details about where Kalobey came from and where it has reached today. For those of you who may have visited Kakuma, you must have seen Kalobey. Now, to the Shrika Plan, which Ibrahim and also the legal advisor mentioned. The Shrika Plan has 6 pillars. When you look at the 6 pillars, apart from pillar 4, which talk about climate change and natural resources management, I think the rest of the 5 pillars are intertwined with the KISIDEP and also with the GCDEP. And I'm raising Shrika Plan because Shrika Plan is the national plan, the national government plan, which gave birth to 2 plans, the GCDEP and the KISIDEP. Whereas KISIDEP has been in existence for over 12 years now. I'm talking more about KISIDEP because I want to give you the background, because I was also part of the team that started the KISIDEP project in 2015 until I left Kenya operation in 2016. Now to GCDEP, and I will answer your question shortly, Ibrahim. To GCDEP, GCDEP has actually featured even more important in terms of the pillars. GCDEP has one key goal, which is mainly focusing on inclusion, resilience, infrastructure development, human resource development. As we all know, there is potential human resource within the refugee population. Today, we are talking about 35,000 refugees who are learned, 35,000 refugees who are intellectuals in different fields. And this workforce, if it forms part of the Kenya government workforce, if it forms part of the county government's workforce, this is a driving force to economy. Now, GCDF within the one goal, which is mainly focusing on resilience, inclusion, human resource development, and infrastructure development, the 4 strategic objectives actually addresses all the components and the pillars of the Shirika plan, and the components also that are reflected in the GCDF plan. Now, how do we get to work to implement GCDF? And I think this devolution conference has come at a time, at a very critical time, that we embark on implementing the Shirika plan and the GCDF. We're working very closely with our Department of Refugee Services in Nairobi and also at Dadaab level to ensure the framework for the implementation of the Shirika plan is coming into action as soon as possible. The framework that will also guide an implementation plan for the KISIDEP, which is already in the big book, the beautiful book that of KISIDEP book, which I didn't come with me, but I'm sure Zainab may have one with her. However, to conclude on your question, for us as UNHCR, this is the way to go. This is the game changer. We cannot continue business as usual. The world is rapidly changing, and with the changing environment, with the digitalization of our economies, we should be able to change direction of our way of doing business in terms of providing international protection and solutions. Solutions are the best. Now, talking about solutions, our new High Commissioner took office in January this year, and one of his vision, among others, is to reduce the protracted situation of refugees by 2035 to 50%. As we speak, Dadaab have a population of about 420,000. By 2035, the High Commissioner envisioned to reduce that population by 50%. I think we can do more. If we embark on implementing the GCDF and the Sharika plan jointly, which are intertwined, we should be able to deliver the High Commissioner's vision of reducing the protracted refugee situation to 50% by 2035. What we need only the catalysts, and the catalysts are right here. The enabling environment is there, the human resources is there, and what is missing is financial resources. And I think if we work together and we're able to mobilize the international community, and I believe most of the donors might have been represented here from day one, we should be able to mobilize the resources and be able to realize the dream, which is the GCDF. Thank you, Ibrahim.
Thank you so much, Enoch, for the response. And maybe hold on to the thought. We are going to come back to you with regards to the practical aspects. But maybe I go to Simon. Simon is the country director for Danish Refugee Council. And maybe my question to you related to the submissions that we've had from Mr. Enoch from UNHCR, my question would be, how can livelihoods programs strengthen economic resilience for both refugees and host communities? And while you're answering that, let's also discuss the issue of practical approaches that have proven effective in promoting social cohesion and reducing competition over limited resources between refugees and host communities.
Thank you so much, Khalif, and Assalamu alaikum. I'm Simon Nzioka from Danish Refugee Council. We have been in Garissa County.
I'll be contributing today, following what my colleague has mentioned, but also anticipatory action, looking at how do we act hard to save lives, to save time, and to save resources. So those are the areas that the organization we are focusing on, working closely with the county government of the UNCR and other organizations. In terms of thematics, we focus mainly on protection of refugees, and of course, also communities, economic recovery, that where self-reliance comes in, peace building, working closely with the county and national government through the peace committees and communities, and also shorter settlements, ocean infrastructure, but those are not very much pronounced. Coming to the question in terms of how livelihood programs can strengthen economic resilience, I think I will start from the concept of how does a
livelihood program look like, and what is our understanding on economic resilience. Then I'll be able to discuss a few of our thoughts on that area based on our experience in Garissa County. For me and for us, a lively program is basically an intervention that is designed to help either individuals, households, or communities to earn a living. Once they earn a living, they're able to meet basic needs, and then that goes towards improving the quality of life for these persons. Now, economic resilience, in our perspective, is now the ability of that individual or that household or that community to be able to anticipate maybe a shock coming, to be able to withstand, and also to be able to recover from that economic shock. For instance, we are also talking about in a couple of months, it's going to be El Nino. The question is that how can we enhance economic resilience through anticipating what may likely be destroyed from the forthcoming El Nino if it comes. And that's how we can start building that resilience going forward. Now, coming to the how, based on the question, I can say our perspective as DRC and of course our partners and those who give us resources has been promoting self-reliance through integrated programming, inclusive, which means that the persons living with disabilities and gender diversity are included, but also market-driven interventions. That means we are able to work and strengthen the local institutions, whether they are local government institutions, local departments, to ensure they are able to take up more and more of these services going ahead. And that is in line with the CIDP, GISADEP, and now the broader Shirika plan. Now, how have we done it as an organization and our partners? I will mention top three. One, we need to create decent job opportunities. That will ensure that as more and more of our youth, as more and more of our women, as more and more of our men, as more and more of our persons who have not been doing productive work are able to gain some income. And that can be done, of course, much of that is being done by all of us partners here. Development of micro, small, and medium enterprises, ensuring that we are able to produce. We are also talking about market relevant skills. There's so much training that has gone through the refugees and also host communities. The question that how can we ensure we train the persons on the skills that are marketable locally, but also within the region. We're also talking about how can we better engage the private sector, because we are talking about how can this stimulate investment, but also create the jobs, decent jobs that we are talking about, but also ensure market linkages. These are some of the areas that can help us create more jobs. Unless we get to a situation where most of our youth are engaged in productive work, then it's still a long way towards the self-reliance we seek to engage. The second one, looking towards strengthening financial inclusion. Most of course, a colleague from WP mentioned about where they came from. They were doing massive blanket food distribution. At the moment, that is not possible because things have changed. How can we ensure that the low-level households in the refugees, the low-level households, the host community, are able to be linked to the formal system, and then they are able to transition towards from poverty there towards more of engagement. And what we are saying is that how can we scale up informal financial systems? We have been doing quite substantial of community savings and loans associations, saving groups that most of us are doing. I'm happy the current government has also been, actually the Minister of Trade has been working towards enlarging that space. And this is to enhance financial access to both refugees and to the unbanked. We believe most of our communities don't keep their small cash in the bank. We are used to saying in the country that we put money under the basket and the mattress. How can we ensure that we get these people into groups? They massive the small money they have, they are able to loan themselves and get towards production as we get them linked to the financial systems. The other area is to establish partnerships with formal financial services. Now, very good, we have the banks coming in place, the likes of KCB, Premier Bank, and the rest, SACCOs, MFIs. Now, trying to link these ones towards the persons who are unreached and who are unbankable. That's one of the things that we are doing ourselves and also our partners to ensure we can establish those relations. The third thing is, of course, we are talking about gig economy, the digital services where we are using mobile banks, mobile banking. We are talking about digital payments. That one can also enhance financial access to these services. The last one is also creating business support ecosystem. There's what we have introduced in around the camps, what we call one-stop shop, where we have worked very closely with the county government and also the private sector, the KRI, to ensure when they are in one place, the refugees, those communities can just come and get all the services and get what they require to engage in profitable services. And those are some of the areas that we are saying, if they can be scaled up, then we work towards strengthening our financial inclusion. The last one is on improving food security. We cannot talk about self-resilience when people have no food on the table. How have we been doing this in our small way and also other partners is adoption of regenerative agricultural practices. We also call it dryland farming, and some of these have been piloted in the camps and out of the camps with very, very good results. These are some of the areas we are pushing to ensure we can scale them up. Promoting range management services ecosystem, which ensures we can actually harvest water. One of the things that happens in this region, in the camps, when it rains, floods come in. How do we use that water? How can we harvest it? I don't know how to look like if the El Nino comes in. Are we prepared to harvest just a third of that water and put it towards food security? A big question. The last one is we have communities who are still down there who are not able to measure up to where we are talking about MSCMEs. We need to very intentionally ensure we scale up multi-purpose cash assistance to ensure these communities are able to have food on the table, but also help them engage in these practices which ensure they can become self-reliant. The second question, very briefly, on practical approaches on competition.
Maybe Simon, because of time, you can hold to that thought. I will come back to you. And I'm happy that you've raised the issue about CIDPs and GISEDEP. Our next panelist is from Garissa County, and she's the GISEDEP focal person and also the focal person from the county on Shirika Plan, Ms. Zainab. My question to you is with regards to what Simon has said. How does GISEDEP complement Shirika Plan, and how does CIDPs in the county promote delivering integrated development for refugees and host communities?
Thank you, Wakili, for that question. First, I would like, for the purpose of understanding for the audience, I would like to say what GISEDEP is. GISEDEP is Garissa Integrated Social Economic Development Plan. This is a local development plan meant for integrating refugees with the host community. On the question of how is GISEDEP complementing Shirika, I would like first to say that GISEDEP and Shirika Plan, these initiatives are not competing initiatives, but complementary frameworks that are working towards one goal, and the goal is social economic inclusion for the refugees and the host. Both are government initiatives, led initiatives. These are initiatives that are aligned with the CIDP, the County Integrated Development Plan. It is aligned with the Refugee Act. It is also aligned with the frameworks that are there, such as the Global Refugee Framework. It is aligned with the CRRF. So these two initiatives, they are not competing, but complementing each other. If I start with the Shirika Plan is a national government initiative giving or providing a policy framework or a guidance. And the Shirika Plan and the GIZADEP becomes the county vehicle in implementing the Shirika Plan at county level. The other thing I also want to clear is that these two initiatives are both whole of government approach. They adapt the whole of government approach, whole of development approach, and whole of society approach, meaning that it is all delivering as one, in a spirit of delivering as one, these two initiatives. So it is things that are complementing each other in terms of giving services to our people.
Thank you very much, Zainab. And maybe because of the audience, is it possible for you to repeat what you have said in the local language so that the participants can also be able to understand what you've said? Especially, I want you to insist or to put more emphasis on that Shirika Plan is not competing with the GISEDEP, but Shirika Plan is also coming to complement GISEDEP.
Ibrahim, I may not be perfect in Somali, but I will try because I'm a Somali community. And waxaan rabaa horta dadweynaha meesha fadhiyaan sharafta leh. Waxaa jira GIZADEP, waxa la dhihi GIZADEP iyo Shirika Plan. Kolley waad maqasheen waxay yihiin integrations baa loogu talagalay isdhexgalka qaxootiga iyo deegaanka. Labadan shay ma aha wax taratami haya. Competition means taratan. Ma tartami hayaan balse waxay yihiin labadoodaba government led bay yihiin labadaba waxaa hogaaminaya dowladda waxay yihiin inay isdhexgalka maadaama more than 30 decades aan qaxooti 30 sano ka badan ay nala joogeen ilmo meeshan waxaaba jiraan qaxootiga ku dhasheen and they are almost 30 years plus ilmaha maanta lama dhihi karo qaxooti bay yihiin bas Shirika Plankan iyo GIZADEPka marka la keeno waa isdhexgal bay keenaysaa ma aha documents oo isfijisanayaan mid policy maxaa bixinay national governmentka wixii sharci ah iyo habka loo maamuli lahaa waxaa bixisaa national government county governmentne shaqada waa la qaban waxaan rabaa inaan caddeeyo Shirika Plan wixii devolved ah wixii dowlad goboleedka ay leeyihiin waxaa qabani county government. I hope I have said it. On the issue, I just want to clarify that one and also in English for the purpose of the COG to also hear. Issues on when it comes to integration, all devolved functions is the mandate of the county government. So Shirika will only give us a policy guidance, but implementation will be done at county level.
Thank you, Zainab. And maybe also to complement what you're saying is that the Constitution of Kenya, Schedule 4, clearly states which functions have been devolved to the county government and which functions are to be done by the national government. Us at the Department of Refugee Services, we are also not trying to implement functions that are meant for the county government. We are only going to support the county governments in terms of implementation. Thank you. But when we come to RCK, the government of Kenya has made great progress in terms of policy development, in terms of policy reforms. We are well aware of the Refugees Act of 2021. We have the regulations in 2024. And now we are talking about the Shirika Plan for refugees and host communities. RCK being a legal advocacy organization or an NGO, my question is that from RCK's perspective, what are the biggest barriers preventing these commitments from translating into meaningful integration for refugees at the county level and also at the national level? What, in your perspective or in your area of practice, what are the challenges that are there in terms of implementation?
Thank you, Khalif, and good morning, everyone. Good morning, everyone. Assalamu alaikum. I would first of all want to ride on the protocols that have been established. Just to give a small background, I'll introduce RCK to give a clearer understanding of what we do as an organization. RCK, which is the Refugee Consortium of Kenya, is a national NGO that was established in 2000. We recently celebrated our Silver Jubilee. That means we have been in operation for the last 25 years and hoping to be in operation for more and more years to come. In Garissa, we have been in operation from 2013, so we are looking at around 13 years of operation in Garissa. We have a presence in Turkana County, we have presence in Nairobi. We also work in Mombasa, and also for the context, we also work in, we have presence in Garissa. As you can see, most of our presence is inclined or is heavy on areas that host refugees, where Turkana County and Garissa County are the refugee hosting counties, and our work in Nairobi and Mombasa revolves around urban refugees. So most of our work is implemented around 4 thematic areas, which are also our strategic pillars. Our strategic pillars are legal aid and governance. We also implement interventions around women and girls empowerment. We also have interventions around mental health and psychosocial support, and we have a thematic area on peace and social justice. To respond to the question that has been posed by the panelist, the moderator, I'll start by appreciating what has already been mentioned by the previous panelists, and I'll leverage on what was mentioned by the CEO when he was, was introducing the panel. One of the advantages that we have as a country is we have very progressive and inclusive laws. And she mentioned us having a very progressive constitution. In terms of refugee integration, we also have very progressive and inclusive laws and policies. To start with, the Refugees Act of Kenya 2021. Then we have the current conversation that we are having, which is the Shirika Plan. At Garissa level, we have the Garissa Integrated Socio-Economic Development Plan, which is also the GSDEP that has been introduced by my counterpart, Zainab, from the county government. Then we are also looking at KISDEP, which is the Kalobei Integrated Socio-Economic Development Plan. So, of course, one of the issues that Kenya continues to grapple with, despite having very progressive and inclusive policies, is the implementation, operationalization, and compliance to these existing frameworks. And I'll give an example of the Refugees Act. The vision of the Refugees Act is decampment, where we look at refugees living the camp settings and being able to interact with the host communities, being able to move freely. But again, when it comes to implementation, we have a challenge when it comes to, we still experience challenges when it comes to movement of refugees. The same Refugees Act that speaks towards, or rather envisions, free movement of refugees also has a clause for designated movements, designated regions, that historically has been the camp settings, which is in this case Turkana and Dadaab. So on that line, there is need to have clarity on the same, just to ensure that we are able to interpret, or the available frameworks are able to give us the how on implementation or free movement of refugees. As a result, the current practice is the refugees still need, or rather rely on movement passes to be able to seek services outside the camp, be it education, be it health, be it a business for those who are engaged in a meaningful labor participation. And because of that, sometimes the movement is curtailed based on, I will say, the understanding of the supporting officers in terms of how to, who maybe at some point do not understand the refugee documentation. And the experience in Garissa is that most of these refugees, in as much as they have the a valid document, will encounter a lot of issues, conflict and contact when they get in conflict or contact with the law, because sometimes most of the enforcing officers do not understand the refugee documentation. Another issue I would say is access to work permits. Refugees still, much as the law grants refugees access to work permits, refugees still struggle to access these work permits. And in Kenya, for the last 3 years, looking at the data that we have, only 8 refugees across the 3 years have been able to access work permits, despite the level of support, or despite the level of push that has been a support that they have received from the other agencies like RCK, who tend to support the same. So some of these are the issues that refugees continue to grapple with, and that's majorly at the county level, where what I was trying to explain is just the policy and a practice gap. Whatever we have in formal documents, whatever we have in formal frameworks, is not exactly the situation, or is not actually implemented on the ground. At county level, what the refugees struggle with, or the barriers I can mention, is a regulatory and financial exclusion. And I'll give 2 examples in the interest of time. I can see the moderator is already looking at me. So one is prohibitive business licensing, where for refugees to establish businesses, small and micro, they have to register for business permits, and sometimes the fee for these, which ranges between 1,000 to 4,000, is sometimes very expensive for the refugees. These would limit, especially refugees who are trying to set up small businesses, from formalizing their businesses, which will force them to work more as informal business practitioners compared to formalizing what they are doing. Then there's the documentation. Okay. Then there's the documentation gap and administrative bottlenecks at the county level. I had wanted to mention exclusion from public credit and revolving funds. We all understand that for one, to register for affirmative action funds, including youth, women, people living with disability, they need national ID cards, and they also need to access the digital platforms that are provided for by the Kenya government for them to be able to access these services. Without the requisite documents, the refugees are not able to also access these documents, and those are some of the impediments that they continue to face. Then the last one is documentation gaps. I've already mentioned these. In some instances, there's non-recognition of their documents, and in other times, there's the lack of understanding of refugee documents, which leads to a lot of barrier. My colleague from DRC mentioned refugees being able to open bank accounts and get financial loans, but for the longest time, the only bank that has had a financial inclusion plan has been Equity for the longest time. I know right now we have KCB and other banks following suit, but that has been a challenge for refugees to access financial services. Then also just to appreciate Safaricom, that has also made a lot of progress since May this year. And also in accordance with the Kenya Information and Communication Regulations, the refugees are now able to register and get SIM cards for Safaricom to be able to get services in terms of communication.
Thank you. Thank you. Maureen,
The last one, which is the major issue in Garissa, is the securitization of refugees. Most of the time, Garissa residents, or Garissa as a county, is considered a very volatile area. That is based on the proximity to the Somali borders, and because most of the refugees also hosted in Garissa camps in Dadaab are from Somalia. So there's the aspect where refugees are still perceived as security threats and not as people in need of care and support. And also just to implore the agencies within, and especially those in the law enforcement, that even as we struggle or even as we work towards protecting our borders, let us also keep in mind upholding the dignity of refugees and asylum seekers who are also moving into the country for support, especially those at the reception areas. Thank you.
Thank you, Maureen from RCK with those remarks. But from all the panelists, I can see that there's need for more partnership between the different players in the sector. But for RCK, I believe that there's a need for us also to create a lot of awareness in terms of refugee management, in terms of the refugee frameworks, the refugee law, the refugee act, the Shirika plan. There's need for us to create a lot of awareness. But maybe we can open the floor now to the panel. Whether there's any question from the panel. When we give you the opportunity to ask question, direct the question to a specific person. And for the panelists, if the question comes to you, you give your answer and you give your final remarks. And when you're giving your final remarks, please consider that what are the main recommendations for implementing the Shirika plan alongside GISEDEP, depending or looking at the objectives of your organizations or UN agency, so that we can finalize from that. We can take questions from the audience. There's one, two here, 3, 4. We start with those 4. We can start from here. Yeah. You introduce yourself and you direct your question to the specific panelist.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Ibrahim. I think mine goes to, I don't know whether it's UNHCR or whether it's DRS. Of course, first, my good name is Osman Roble. I'm the County Director for Department of Trade. I normally support the refugees and the host communities by extension in terms of business formalization and registration. Of course, when it goes to the refugee setups, we normally have some challenges in terms of formalization, which has factored in by lack of alien card. Of course, some areas like IFO2, 95% of IFO2, they lack alien card. So it could be good so that as a government, of course, there is also our space on in terms of support, in terms of inclusive service delivery, on how best those registration those refugees can get, so that it could be good for us as a county, for them, their businesses to be formalized. Number 2, also it goes to DRC. Of course, they have introduced a very good model called RFL. It's a revolving fund loan. Of course, it has supported so many entrepreneurs, but in terms of registration, it is more of manual, so that at least those refugees who are at the hard-rich areas, who cannot access those services, is there a way you can learn the model of Inyota, so that at least those who are at the far-flung areas can apply those revolving fund model, so that at least their business can be empowered. Thank you, Mr. Ibrahim.
Hi, my name is Imran Hassan, and my question is towards the refugee department. I think Madam is from there. And my question is that here in Garissa, people are the citizens, I'll say. I would like to term it as this, although it might sound negative. We are being punished for being a refugee hosting community. You'll find tunapitianga 2-step verification when you are going to Nairobi. When you're crossing the bridge, you are checked. When you are going to Nairobi, still somewhere around Kanyonyo, you are checked. So you find that, are we being punished for hosting refugees? And at the same time, our people are still suffering from climate shocks, and their sources of livelihoods are being taken away, which leads to them registering themselves as refugees so that they can get the money, so that they can get, the iyo pesa ya refugee ama iyo chakula ya refugee. So my question is, why should our community continue hosting refugees if there is no, if you are not being prioritized, if you are not able to go to Nairobi freely, if we are being checked as if we are some criminals time and time and time again. So what we need is for our community to feel like, to love being a refugee hosting community, because we are also suffering for hosting them. They are our brothers, yes. Lakini, are we, is it beneficial for us really? Thank you.
Thank you. Kwa majina naitwa Maulid Abdullahi. My question goes to the gentleman from the DRC. Since you mentioned on food security that you have said that you are practicing regenerative agriculture. So my question is, what practical approach is the project using to help the refugee community and also the host farmers to improve climate smart agriculture? As you know, the main livelihood zones of our community is they depend on livestock and agriculture. So how are you going? How are you? The project is addressing the challenges such as drought, low productivity, and limited access to inputs. So how is the project now helping the farmers to improve climate smart agriculture? Thank you.
Can take one last question for the first round here, and then we'll come to this other second round of the questions.
My name is Adan Abdi. I am the former youth leader at the DAP. My question is, you mentioned that refugees will be given ID cards. And will they participate in the general election, contest as a MCA, contest as a MP? As a host community, we are having a fear of being refugee contesting as a MCA. Will they participate in the general election? That's my question.
Thank you for the questions. Final one here.
It's fine. I think I'm donating mine to this lady. She has a comment to make.
Hello. My name's Miss Daisy Maingi. I would like just to give me just 5 minutes to answer to the question which my dearest brother was asking about security concerns across the every points in Kidioko. Yeah. So my answer is the same thing that is being done even in the airports. Security is a must. Even when you are a Kenyan or a Ugandan, whenever you go to the European countries, you have to be checked. It's a mandate. The rights are there for everything that is being done. You as a tourist going to another country, even if you are living in that country as a citizen, you have to follow the rules and the regulations. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Simon, I know most of the questions have been addressed to you. Why don't we start with you so that you give the answers, and when you're at it, you can give us also your final remarks, and your final remarks would be in with regards to what are the main recommendations for implementing the Shirika plan along GISEDEP. 3 minutes. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you so much. I have two questions for all that is directed to me. And one is regards to the one-stop shop, where it's an ecosystem where all persons are coming in. And the question was how to link it with the Nyota and others. What we are saying is that we have been in discussions with the county government. The good thing we co-created all that together. And now we are looking to how can this be extended to hard-to-reach areas so that more of those populations, those areas can come in, because funding will never be there all along. And we have had very good discussions with the county government, the Ministry of Trade. We have had very good discussions with the municipality of Dadaab. And that is taking its own shape, and I'm sure we are going to have it, even if it's not DRC, we are going to have that framework.
We have been implementing a program we refer as area-based livelihood programs, but also other livelihood programs that we are doing in partnership with UNCR and other programs. What I can say is that we have been able to prove the concept that Garissa County, some areas can generate a lot of food. However, it requires some inputs, technology, and also requires consistent support and working alongside the government actors. For instance, for now, when we talk about the market-driven systems, we are talking about if we are doing rural agriculture, then we are working closely with the Ministry of Agriculture in the county so that the extension officers can take it further after we are not able to do that. So we are trying to really demystify that it's only development actors who can bring the solution. But if there's a solution, together we cooperate with the communities, with the county government, and then we work together. As they increase in the knowledge, in the expertise, then we kind of transition and provide the services to them. So yes, we have pilots, but we can only reach this much. I know WP, they are also working
areas, so we cannot cater for all the other areas. Now, we need to align the interventions of all these frameworks, whether it's KISEDEP or Shirika Plan, mainly to ensure that there is a coordinated implementation approach, and this will strengthen the refugee inclusion, but also promote sustainable self-reliance. The second recommendation I want to mention is what my sister mentioned about ensuring we fasten policy implementation and legal inclusion in line with the Refugee Act and also the Shilika commitments. Because if we want to ensure that the commitments or what we are saying enshrined the Shilika is happening, then there are some prerequisites, policy formulation and implementation that need to be done. The third is what I have responded towards strengthening area-based integrated programming, which benefit both host communities and also refugees. And that will ensure my colleague, my colleague who is looking at the host communities being disadvantaged, they feel they are part and parcel of the process. Then the final issue I want to mention is we need to create some incentives that attract private sector investment in Garissa and the areas around. We have talked about the narrative that has been. I first worked in Dadaab in 2005, and we had the same narrative of security, security, security. How can we change that narrative? And we say that, yes, the areas in Garissa, they are ready for investment, but if there are minor cases, then those ones can be dealt with using the protocols that exist like another person. Until that time, we are able to change the narrative, private investment will remain less, and we'll have less financing for the Shirika plan, for the commitments that we want to take in place. Otherwise, thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Simon. And I agree with you that incentives in attracting private sector is the game changer in terms of ensuring access to the labor markets and also employment opportunities for both refugees and the host communities. Maybe we go to Zainab. I know the questions have been asked. Maybe if there's any question that touches on you, you can give us your answers, and then you also tell us what are your recommendations in terms of ensuring that GISEDEP and Shirika Plan are implemented effectively.
Thank you. One was security issues on the questions from the floor, and it has been answered by a volunteered. Mine is to let know, and my little brother Imran, I know is a young environmentist activist from this county. Imran, I want to make everyone understand that being refugee, nobody chooses to be refugee first. And we must be human enough to treat these people. with dignity, not only treating, but treating them with dignity. No one knows tomorrow what will happen to us, so we must be human enough. Kenya had been generous for hosting refugees, and Garissa as a county, we had been generous also. We have hosted them. And I want to say that refugees must be viewed as a contributors and not as a burden. They have really contributed towards our economic. For those of you who have gone to Dadaab and it is environment. So ningesema tembea. What they have done, the refugees you will have seen, how they contributed towards the economic of this county. For the hosting of refugees, these two plans, the Shirika plan and the Gizadeb, which is at county level, UNHCR had been the lead partner in collaboration with you, all UN agency, all partners that are working in the DAB. And I must say on behalf of the county government that we are very grateful for UNHCR and all partners that are working with us. A lot of development has been done. For the hosting of refugees, one key thing that I want to touch and make people know is that the DAB level 5 hospital, fully fledged, is courtesy of hosting refugees. So we must be grateful as a county. Anyone who have not seen the DAB level 5 hospital, we have the photos we can show you. So we say thank you, and many, many other things will come as a result of this Shirika plan will answer our key things that are on there that we are asking. So challenges, of course, are there. Our key partner, UNHCR, one of the challenges that they have faced is about the global funding cut. That is one thing that have even slowed down the implementation, the quick implementation of the Shirika plan and the GIZADEP. But funding in place, we will pick up. One key recommendations I also wanted to give is about there is Shirika plan in place, there is GIZADEP also. We want to urge our partners to align their projects and programs with those two initiatives to avoid duplication, because this was the key thing that the government of Kenya was taking, that let's align our projects so that we make use of the little resources that are there. And for the refugees, Kenya government have done a lot of marvelous for them. From the national government, there is integration of refugees learners into the National Education Management Information System. Then it is called NEMIS. Refugees learners have been integrated. Kenya government have also enrolled refugees, although not all refugees, but the process is on, that has enrolled in SHA. That said, SHA is working, Registration and upgrading of health services. County government is taking lead on that. But as we conclude on this is a task to our Council of Governors, our political leaders. This one I'm saying, as we integrate refugees, integration must match with resources. There is a need to increase the funding allocation for the counties that are hosting refugees. That is Garissa County and Turkana County. If at all we want integration to be very successful, there is a need to not only integrating the people, this population must be captured in our equitable shared formula. That is my message. So otherwise, thank you very much. I stand to stop here.
Thank you very much, Zainab, for clarifying. I know Imran is a young youth who is coming up, and I will also respond to that. And there's also another question that was raised by Adan Abdi. I will also respond to that. But maybe now we come to RCK. Based on the questions that have been asked, what do you think your response would be? And also your final remarks with regards to implementing Shirika Plan and also implementing the GISEDEP. You have 3 minutes.
Oh, thank you. the question that was directly posed to RCK has been responded to. But again, I know everyone has already responded to Imran. I'll give it a blanket response. And also, just to highlight that gone are the days when host communities would want to register as refugees to benefit from humanitarian aid, because the conversation is currently shifting away from humanitarian assistance to self-reliance. Most organizations or most agencies supporting refugees have also embraced the aspect of support to the host community. So you will realize that most organizations are equally supporting host communities as they support refugees. DRS here is in the process of cleaning the databases for the refugees who in the past, when humanitarian aid was the way to go, probably registered as refugees for purposes of benefiting from that. I'm sure once the process is complete, we will be able to address the concern that you raise about refugees or rather host communities registering as refugees for aid purposes. The next question that was posed is in terms of implementation. And one thing I had wanted to cover was the aspect of coordination among partners. Historically, the culture has been organization working in silos, where you find maybe UNHCR supporting an initiative here, still supported by another partner, and so on and so forth. Currently, that has been addressed in using various strategies, and I would want to acknowledge Garissa County, especially the Partnerships and Coordinations Department. Mr. Jamal here was very proactive when the county was developing the Garissa County Partnerships and Coordination Policy, just to ensure services within the county are streamlined, to reduce issues around duplication, and also to ensure accountability among partners. If that is well implemented and operationalized, I'm sure we will address the aspect of duplication of services and enhance coordination within Garissa County. Another issue that has come up is the high turnover of officials, government officials, especially in northeastern region or in ASAL regions. That has also impacted the capacity strengthening and sensitization efforts that has been put in place by implementing partners. So one of the approaches that that is being encouraged at the moment is institutionalization of this capacity strengthening and training for government officials. For example, when it is incorporated into the Kenya School of Government, if it's training for police officers, it is incorporated into the training curriculum at Kiganjo, then it makes it easy for the implementing partners who do not have to deal with the issue of turnover and information break, where the partners or the implementers or enforcers at the county level have limited understanding or have limited access to information around refugee management. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Now we go to Mr. Henok. Mr. Henok is the HSO in Dadaab. Maybe I know there were no questions directly to UNHCR, but from the discussions, what would be your position with regards to the questions raised? And maybe you also give us your final recommendations with regards to successful implementation of both Shirika Plan and GISEDEP. And maybe you can also, considering your experience within the region, maybe you can also tell us what different is the government of Kenya doing as compared to other jurisdictions that you have been to.
Thank you, Ibrahim. Though, as you rightly said, there was no question that was directly addressed to UNHCR, but I'm not sure if there are two questions that were directed either to DRS or to RCK that may have not been fully addressed. The gentleman who was sitting next to Abdul Samad there raised the question about lack of 95% of, I couldn't catch it very well, any for two. 95% of what, Abdul Samad, did you get that? Alien card. Oh, ID card. So then that takes me to the other question from, was it Adam? Adam or Adan? Whether if the refugees are issued ID cards, they can now vote and buy for political office. I think for purposes of records, we need to clarify this. Over the years, the DRS and UNHCR has been working together to ensure refugees are issued with documentation. And those documentation, despite being issued and being distributed, there is also issue of collection. And some of the ID cards have not been collected. My brother, Albert and his team are here witness that some of those ID cards have never been collected. The recognition of those documents is something else, but collection of those ID cards is something else. Now, with the Sharika plan and the Garissa Integrated Socio-Economic Development Plan coming into implementation phase, recognition of those documentation and also systematical issuance of those documentation is key to inclusion. When you look at the Sharika plan, Pillar 6 talk about durable solutions and complementary pathway. That is a process. Once the GCDEV and the Sharika plan are being implemented within the Refugees Act 2021, there is an article also on local integration. Correct me, Ibrahim, if I'm wrong. And within the GCDEP, also in Sharika plan, I think there is certain provisions that will lead to possibility of local integration because we're talking about durable solutions. So within the durable solutions context, for us as UNHCR, we have three durable solutions. One is voluntary repatriation, which is the most prepared solution for people to be able to return home because home is home. Two is local integration. For a protracted situation like Dadaab and Kakuma, people should be able to locally integrate. For your information, for those of you who may not know, we have millionaires, if not billionaires, in our camps. If you go to Kakuma, we have millionaires. Some of them featured on Nation TV 10, 15, maybe 12, 13 years ago when I was still here. So with those finances revolving in the camp, in the tune of millions, maybe billions, should they continue to remain refugees with their money, like my brother Simon said, under the pillows or under the mattresses? But they should be able to form part of the Kenya economy for them to invest. What does that mean? If somebody invests heavily in Kenya and he or she secured the proper documentation as an East Africa citizen, Somalis are East Africa citizens, other refugees who are in our camps are East Africa citizens, there are provisions within the East Africa protocols that that person could lead into being locally integrated, being naturalized. And this is a provision that exists in our constitutions. So back to your question, my brother, at this stage of the process of implementing the Sharika plan at GCDEP, I don't think it's advisable for you to think of voting. I don't think it's advisable for you to think of running for political office because that will be in violations of some of the government provisions in terms of nationality acts. Therefore, my advice is please get your documentation in proper, get recognized in terms of mobility, and then once the process of naturalization, the process of local integration picks up with, of course, with human resources and the finances that are revolving in our camps, you should be able to apply for permanent residency as a East African citizen, and you should be able to probably in the future naturalize and then vote and vie for political office. And at the moment, I think my sister Maureen has said, I don't think I will be able to answer that question. Please answer. But I think Ibrahim, as a legal brain of the DRS office, should be able to also address this. That's one. Number two, the IFO2 question, I think, is linked to this documentation issue. And I think for now, we're working very closely with the Office of the DRS. The other day, when I paid courtesy to the Office of Albert, we also discussed about how we could strengthen registration and documentation. For your information, we now have registrars, Kenya Registrars Documentation Office in Dadaab and Fafi district. And this is a milestone in terms of government decentralization of government services. When we have a registrar sitting in Dadaab, when we have a registrar sitting in Fafi, a refugee should be able to walk into those offices and acquire the necessary documentation in terms of birth certificates, etc. I'm just explaining this to set records, Ibrahim, so that we don't walk away from here without clarifying that particular question. Now, back to how do we implement the Sharika plan, the GCDEP? And I think Zainab has said it all. Simon also has said it all, and Maureen. So mine will be very simple. When you look at the pillars of the Shrika plan, the 6 pillars, and the 4 strategic objectives under one goal of the GCDEP, we can move into implementation, but there are a few things that need to be put in place. The implementation framework of the Shrika plan, I know it is in the making. I know very soon will be available for us to be guided by. The county plan to implement GCDEP, I think the first thing we need to do is to engage. Have a donor conference here in Garissa for us to be able to sell the GCDEP and for us to be able to also address the security concerns that is keeping away donors. Donors are moving to Kakuma very often, but I think Dadaab has been always the donor base. When a couple of years back, when we don't have this myth of security being the stopping force of people visiting Dadaab. So there is an enabling environment to implement GCDEP and Shirika plan. There is the political will, there is the human resources, and then of course the financial resources. And I think if we're able to work together with this team and inclusive way of implementing this with the donors, and we're able to mobilize the donor base, we should be able to move into implementation as quick as possible. Zainab mentioned the level 5 hospital, which is a milestone and which is part of the GCDEP and the Shrika plan. For your information, there are more to come. We're also working with our donors to be able to open a medical training school in Dadaab very soon. So these are some of the milestones that are being made, and I think moving forward, GCDEP will address all the needs of our people, the host, and the refugees in general. Thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you very much, Enoch, for summarizing all those issues. But maybe to respond to one question that was raised here by Adam Abdi, he raised the question that the host community are afraid whether the refugees are going to be given ID cards so that they can contest maybe for MPs, MCAs. But just to put the record straight and clear is that the Shirika plan is only coming to give refugees socio-economic rights, no civil and political rights. What does that mean? That means that refugees will be able to participate into the social development of the county, economic development of the county, but they are not going to be allowed to participate into civil and political rights. So therefore, those fears should not be there, because refugees will not be granted they will not be granted Kenyan ID to vote. The refugee status will still maintain even as the Shirika plan is being implemented. I don't know whether we have time. We can take the final round of questions. We can take 3 more questions so that we finalize. We can start with this here. Yes, and then him, and then we'll come to you.
Good morning. My name is Amama Osman Abdili. I'm from Dadaab. I have 2 quick questions towards to RCK office and also the DRS. One is legal perspective. Yesterday I was going around to the booths and I visited the Kenya National Disability Council booth. I raised the question whether their systems allows the refugees to upload, the refugees documents are allowed to upload and acquire the memberships. And the response we got was, as at now, the refugees are not allowed to acquire a membership from the National Disability Council. So, and as you know, we have quite a number of refugees who are having the same problem in the camps, and they still require that essential documents. So, as a legal expert from DRS, what is your perspective in that issue? And my second question goes to RCK. We know RCK is the legal entity in Dadaab that we have in Dadaab. And there are quite a number of predicaments that is in relation to refugees movements. One, we have seen and experienced, even some of us, for those refugees who have even acquired alleged movement passes from the office of DRS, cannot even, will face a lot of issues along the roads, particularly the Modica and the bridge. And I know you have office in Garissa. We have reported this issue of quite a number of times in different arenas. What solutions or concrete solutions have you brought in place? Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Dr. Dabar Abdi Malim. First of all, thank you very much, the organizers, for this wonderful meeting. I want to say that I was among the first members of the health team to set up a refugee medical camp in Dadaab in 1991. And I'm very happy to hear some of the issues. One question, as a host entity, why is the partners and development partners and the rest not able to make our road from Garissa to Dadaab a tarmac road? Why is that? Why has that become a big problem? Because when you use these roads with heavy, particularly now your food has reduced, but it has really destroyed. And we are now expecting El Nino. The same will come. Why is that road not able to be a gift for the host country, of the whole county? Finally, why are we only giving social rights while we are now East Africa? And we have seen how many Kenyans are in the world now, presidents and mayors of towns. If somebody has remained here 35 years, and in 5 years somebody remains in UK and he becomes the mayor of London and where? Why are we subjecting ourselves in, again, East African country? I think we should move forward and give them all the rights that they entail. Thank you so much.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. My name is Rashid. I am an activist. My question is, refugees are a threat to the environment. Yeah. So how do we change refugees to use other source of generating firewood? How do you change getting no, how do we get changing that mode of using firewood for cooking and then affecting the environment? They are affecting the environment, they are cutting trees, which is now we depend the, I say the wananchi wale wako huko wanahitaji environment iangaliwe, lakini ma refugees wanakata miti na wanakata kila kitu. Sasa tunaambia refugees ama UNHCR iangalia hapo.
Thank you so much, Ibrahim, and to the panelists for very eloquent presentations. I just have one question to Simon. And you mentioned some of the concerns around linkages to socioeconomic processes, particularly when it comes to savings schemes. Now, if you listen to the story of the refugee community in this country, it is quite a long one, 35 years. Why is it taking so long to be able to take cognizance of the fact that they're not going anywhere? As you engage in the different plans and policies, what are these plans and policies speaking insofar as financial integration is concerned? You spoke about a bank like KCB, for example. But if you look at the microcredit schemes of Kenya, quite strong. We have a whole ministry of cooperative societies. Is it probably an opportunity that we could be able to exploit to engage with the officials there and look at how we can be able to, take chances to have the refugee community integrated in socioeconomic engagement, particularly in savings schemes and cooperatives? Thank you.
Thank you so much. I didn't stand to ask a question, but I stand here to respond to some questions. and contribute to also to the panel. One is the question asked by my brother about what alternative source of energy can we provide for refugees to ensure they don't keep on destroying our environment and lead to deforestation and damage to our ecosystem. I think that's a question, right? We had a lengthy engagement with the county government, chaired by the governor in that discussion. And on the flip side, we explored a number of strategies. I think Jamal was the pioneer for this. If you look also on the other side of our ecosystem, where my sister Ebla is here, and they are gambling with another problem that is of invasive species, Madenge in our rangeland, and also on our farmland. So these are two problems that present opportunities. So we thought around how do we take the invasive species as an opportunity and turn it into an energy source to address the issue of refugees undertaking issues on our environment. So this has been discussed. We co-created with the government. We had a lengthy discussion also with the team from UNHCR on this. And Jamal whispered to me in another discussion that the other partners that are also looking towards this. Even the governor said, in the meantime, can you provide the LGP gas as an option? So we are modeling that. We are looking at using Madenge, the prosopis, to provide briquettes, do biochar, do live animal feeds, quite a number of products out of that. And we recover the rangeland and the farmlands so that we turn that land into a productive asset for our farmers. So this is a discussion. It's something we discussed. And this, I think very soon we'll have actions taken. We also looked at private sector entity that are also already doing charcoal briquettes from Madenge. So this is an opportunity. This is something that we can think around. In the first round of questions, my brother here asked a question on regenerative agriculture and also dryland farming that I felt I need to add my voice on this. Yes, a lot has been done about that. And in this area, particularly Garissa County and the Asal counties, if you don't solve issue of water, you will not be able to open up this land for production. So these are the interventions we have done in Dadaab. We have tried to do mega water pans as WFP to harvest runoff water. We have water pans that are up to 100,000 cubic meters, about 3 of them, then link that to production. So these efforts have been done, and I think it's something that is already doing. In the livestock sector, we have done the market, we have done the slaughterhouse, quite a number of infrastructure has been done. I can see we'll be distracted, but on the roads, and I think that's a question that has been discussed. I don't want to respond to it now. Probably when we settle, we can respond to the questions. I think the governors are coming, so probably we're a bit distracted.
Ibrahim, I think it's just a recognition issue on the roads, and there's nothing you can do about it for now. You know, the issue of local integration naturalization has always been there. The provisions are there, but the implementation is zero. So it will always remain like that. Exactly. On paper is there, but the implementation is not there. But as an East African citizen, you can renounce your refugee status and apply for permanent residency. Why do you need to live in this country as a refugee? Tanzania has naturalized 162,000 Burundian refugees. Cleaner, data cleaner. So for him to have guts to raise it here whether they should vote or not, knowing that they are voting. Because how can you differentiate the smallest knowledge? Impossible. So politicians raise for years and years and years. So the reason why Brian is telling not even the county government, it's not a devolved function. And they will always be there regardless whether you have ID card or not. You are required to you already said. what we are hearing, they want to close today. From what we are hearing,
that means it's really good being a boss. You come with your car, you stay in the parking for 10 minutes, and people wait for you.
From what we are hearing, they want to close today.
Yeah, they want to close today, yeah?
Which is good for all of us. So.
Yeah.
Because they largely work with government in the county government. Yes, we do every county government. That is very possible.
I'm able to do a lot of things.
It's possible.
We are concentrating more on the risk.
Okay.
But there are so many people.
That's okay.
And for us to involve our functions properly, even as a government, there is no census.
That's
the idea.
Yes. And of course, for Lamu and all the other counties. Thank you.
Mtu akuja nisaidie huko kwa nini hizi vitu. Nifanyilie hiyo nini kama itasaidia.
It's a town plan. And our town's plan.
Imerudi. Nani? Mimi.
Kuna kamera iko ndani, iko na nakuja kuichukua, ndio atafanya atatembea hapo. Basi akimaliza
before mtu
acha malize. Acha tu malize. Acha malize.
mtu anipunguzie light. Mtu anipunguzie light. Kosa. Dole kiti juu. Dole kiti. Dole kiti.
We are moving. We are moving.
Governor Labu, Governor Labu, excuse me.
Nimepoteza.
Ile side. Ile side.
Visita bugi au?
Zele.
Hapo. Mimi.
And then they perform very unique traditional dances. And she's the
Okay, Jama. The Jama.
Sofía de hoy.
Hapana, unajua sasa kama Islamic
Civil society, where is that guy on there? Are you coming? Okay, so
Where's Inunde?
Yes.
So, tuko sawa?
Tuko sawa. These are all clients.
Okay.
The GBV.
You explained very well last time.
Thank you so much.
We wish you all success. Show the government around.
Yes.
So, as a
Karibu sana. Karibu sana. Thank you so much.
So, the Department of Health, some of the partners, BMI and also World Diabetes.
So, how many people so far have you tested?
So, today we've done around 73.
73?
Nataka nikuchukulie msee hapa. That lady akiwa naona.
So yesterday we did 153 clients in total. So 33 were these elevated sugars and around 61
Sugars that they did is if you know that they were diabetic.
Yes,
And what do you have?
yeah, so we let them know the process was
Your Excellency here for
So what are you testing for what now?
So it's taking the solution they have, so we're giving them medications on slow. So what
I like that.
Commotion. The commotion.
Yes, we have this other side. So let's pass it.
These are our biggest partners actually.
So your medications here and diagnosis.
I can see you are doing a good job.
Thank you. So here we have test for glasses. So we have
how many so far?
Yesterday we gave 100.
Nasoma karibu. Sasa ngoja wageni basi wasote, tunataka kusoma huko. Sawa.
They actually also providing for them. So it is both adults, the elderly, and then the young.
Commotion.
Apa nih?
Sama. Yang. Ana sign something.
Tuna nini?
So Shah is working, that we know. And how many people have you registered so far?
So far, we have registered for this day's night one.
Today?
Since we arrived, there was another list. It was 60, so total of roughly 150.
Okay. We need more.
So we are still going to.
We need more.
We are writing down.
How can we push more and more?
Why?
How many have you registered today? For the day 91. For the day 91. The last 3 days now.
Last 3 days total of 150. So.
And Safaricom and Pesa Foundation, they registered 41 people and they paid for them. You're aware of that? So you take that list from also your Pesa Foundation. 41 paid.
Yeah, we know that.
Even if not for the register was paying, we are very down at the bottom in terms of share registration.
Actually, we are trying. So we know more people are registered. Now we are out. Naweza zoom hizo nini zake, naweza zoom sign zake, naweza zoom, naweza move.
Are we still last?
No. We have improved. We are now on 40. Yeah, ni controlie blockage hapa mbele. Ni controlie.
Wewe CEO.
Huwezi kuzaa. Kapa.
Asanteni sana. I know this young man. Yes. Wonderful. I know you guys, we are friends. We working together. The relationship is growing. So we are also supporting this one.
We are moving on.
Tunaenda kwa
We are moving. So I'm not sure who actually said hiyo ni yangu.
Kuna mtu nje.
So tunafanya hivi. Joji anaenda kwa the next step.
you have the cutting machines, the printing machines over there.
So the governor, we have present a gift on behalf of the refugees.
So many onyeshana.
Yes, I'll give it to you. From me to you. I like this one. Beauty. We're adding value to yourselves and the council. Thank you. And I wish you all the best. Thank you. Okay.
Remove. Okay, thank you. I wish you can share with me with the first.
Imerudi. Aya, basi lala na hivi.
Nifika maneno kwa ala.
Aya, aya.
And so far we have created a total of 5.
Nemo.
Chancho kuosa. Bra, deputy governor gasha juu ya.
Ini mafuta na I don't know hiyo ingine ni. Ni sunflower bana. Oni wewe. Acha ni ona excuse. Leta. Excuse. Aya nataka ile nini hiyo. Eka hivi hiyo logo ionekane. Unaona tuko chukua hiyo shot. Umefunika hiyo ingine yenye nataka yani.
Imerudi. Imerudi ni kule English word. Acha nitongelee.
Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all be upstanding as we welcome Excellency Governors, His Excellency Nadif Jama from Garissa County.
And His Excellency Issa Timami, Governor for Lamu County. Wapi makofi yao tafadhali. As they join us here today. Asante sana. Thank you very much. Asante sana bands. Kenya Salvation Army Band. Asante sana. Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, CEO, Council of Governors, all dignitaries present here today. My name is Mukam Dali from the Council of Governors, and right now we are going to have a very wonderful ceremony. We are going to have a very wonderful ceremony here where we shall be officiated by our Excellency Governors for the closing of this wonderful Devolution Sensitization Week that we have had for the past 2 days here in Garissa County. Without further ado, Your Excellency, allow me then to welcome my good friend, Mr. Khalif, who has been moderating a very powerful session since 9 a.m., Your Excellency. This is a very wonderful conversation. That's why it has taken that long. He has been moderating the session on refugees and host communities. Mr. Ibrahim Khalif, who is the legal advisor in the Department of Refugee Service, to just give us a brief of what they have discussed, and then he can give his panelists an opportunity to close. Mr. Khalif.
Thank you very much, MC. Distinguished guests, all protocols observed, His Excellency the Governors, and the invited guests. My name is Ibrahim, as introduced. Governor, we have been discussing about refugees and host communities, advancing resilience and shared development. And we have discussed various issues, including the issue that the governor is very fond of, environment. We have also discussed how we can offer refugees alternative sources of fuel so that we protect the environment in the refugee hosting areas of Dadaab. And we have also discussed about coordination, Your Excellency. The issue of coordination has come out very clearly, and that implementation of Shirika Plan and implementation of GISEDEP will only be achieved through effective coordination among partners. And I'm happy to say that I've learned that Garissa County has a Garissa Partnership and Coordination Policy, which in the national government, we are also doing a partnership and coordination strategy for Shirika Plan. And I'll introduce my panelist. On my immediate right is Ms. Maureen from the Refugee Consortium of Kenya, who's a program field officer, and she's been working in the humanitarian sector for over 10 years. And then we have Mr. Enoch Ochola, who is the HSO for Dadaab. He is the current new HSO for Dadaab, and he comes with a lot of experience within the region. He has worked in Liberia, in Sierra Leone, in Uganda, and recently he came from Tanzania. Therefore, he brings a lot of experience in Dadaab. And we have the country director from the Danish Refugee Council, Mr. Simon Muteti Nzioka, who is also a well-renowned practitioner in terms of humanitarian development in the region. And we have from the county, we have Ms. Zainab Digale, who is the focal person for GISETEP implementation and Shirika Plan focal person implementation within the national government. I will give the panelists 1 minute each to give us an overview of what we've discussed in their own view according to the mandates of their institutions, and then we'll take it up from there. We can start with Ms. Maureen from my immediate right.
Thank you, Mr. Khalif. His Excellency, Governor of Garissa County, Honorable Nadif Jama, His Excellency, thank you. I will write on the already established protocols in the interest of time. His Excellencies and Council of Governors, we have been discussing the policy practice gap in terms of refugee management, where the existing laws and policies are not exactly implemented at the ground level, or rather compliance to the existing progressive and inclusive laws that we have. So it's an area where we were requesting for further support just to ensure we advance the rights of refugees and host communities. My parting shot would be to the government departments here and the international and national agencies that support refugee management. If you want to help refugees, start by building the host communities. Thank you.
We can proceed, Mr. Enoch Ochola.
Thank you very much, Ibrahim. Enoch Ochala, not Ochola. Thank you very much. Sorry. Your Excellencies, I also taking over a platform that all protocols have been observed, and I also want to observe all protocols. It's a pleasure to be here. We've been discussing very important subjects, refugees and host community, advancing resilience and shared development. The question I had was, how do we realize the Shrika plan and the GCDF? And for me, I will just summarize it in very simple terms. The Sharika plan, 6 pillars, and the GCDF, 4 strategic objectives are intertwining. Therefore, what is required now for us to be able to get to work to implement the 2 plans simultaneously, because the 2 plans, like my sister designer put it very clearly, they are not competing. They are complementing each other. Therefore, what is required from us is to be able to implement these 2 plans, the national government plan and the county government plan, which is the Garissa Integrated Socio-Economic Development Plan, leading from where we land, our experiences from the past with our very own Turkana program here, the KISIDAP. I think we are better placed to implement the GCDAP, even better than the previous plans that have been implemented. And this Devolution Sensitization Week came at the right time when we are working with the national government through DRS and the county government to implement the 2 plans. Therefore, what is required is the catalyst. The catalyst, will start with enabling environment. The enabling environment is there. The political will is there. The human resources is there. So what is missing is the financial resources. And we work together and we form a very strong allies for us to be able to mobilize resources through our traditional and non-traditional private sector donors. We should be able to immediately get to work and implement the Shrika plan, the GCDAP. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Enoch Ochala. I stand guided. Mr. Simon?
Thank you so much. Excellencies, riding on the protocols established, I was discussing regarding strengthening socioeconomic resilience for both host communities and the refugees. I want to say that key to strengthening economic resilience for both refugees communities lies in the promoting integrated, inclusive, and market-driven local solutions. We do this through key areas which are already being established, that creating decent job opportunities for youth, women, and also through private sector investment and linkages, through strengthening financial inclusion, especially for the unbanked and also unreached areas, communities, and thirdly, improving food security through modern technologies, dryland farming, and regenerative agricultural solutions. As DRC, we are committed to continue working closely with the county government and national government to achieve collective outcomes in this endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Simon, for being brief. And Zainab, finally.
His Excellencies, all protocol observed. The discussion of today was about refugee inclusions. And I want to say the county government of Garissa, inclusion of refugees, you have started in our CIDP, our current CIDP. Refugees participated, but for integration to succeed, there must be increased funding. That was the key thing that we have been talking. Counties are already operating in constrained budget, so there is a need for advocacy for counties hosting refugees, like Garissa County and Turkana, to have increase in their shares that they are receiving from the national government. His Excellency, we have also talked about these refugees. We are very generous. We have hosted them. Of course, there's a lot of opportunities and challenges in hosting refugees, but we have overlooked over the opportunities as people who had been very generous all 30 years plus. We request development partners to take part on these initiatives that are there. Thank you, without taking much time.
If I'm allowed, Mr. MC, I also need to give my parting shot, His Excellency. The main thing that has come out also through the panel discussion is to incentivize private sector engagements. Your Excellency, we have realized that without private sector, it will be difficult for us to implement the Shirika plan and also the GISEDEP. And maybe also to reduce the disparity between the host community and the refugees. We are looking at the Shirika plan, which we want the host community to benefit from the interventions that come with the UN agencies and development partners. And we also want refugees to benefit from the interventions that come from the counties and the national government. For example, we are very happy, Your Excellency, that Garissa County has included refugees in their county integrated development plans. And that is one of the key objectives that we wanted to achieve with the Shirika plan. And also, Your Excellency, we are planning to develop a coordination and partnership strategy of the Shirika plan from the national government. And we will borrow from what the county government of Garissa has already developed. And in fact, it's one of the kind. I think within the ASAL counties, Garissa County is the only one with the coordination and partnership strategy or policy. We will borrow from that and we'll keep on working together. Your Excellency, we need your support in terms of coordination between the national government, the county government, and also with the development partners within Dadaab for us to implement the Shirika plan and the GISEDEP. Thank you, MC.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ibrahim. A round of applause for this wonderful panel. You can just be upstanding for a group photo, media team. Okay, just remain seated. His Excellency would like to say a word.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. First of all, let me take this opportunity to appreciate the panel. It's not usual to comment after a panel has done their job. But I'm very passionate about this whole subject for all the good reasons. The issue of refugees and host communities is one that, of course, is a huge, huge subject matter in our county, Garissa. We do not claim or should not claim a lot of virtue by virtue of the fact that hosting refugees for us is a religious duty, I should say, more than the international laws or conventions or whatever you may call them. But having said that also, I don't want to repeat what is known of me, which Ibrahim, you know it very well, and the other teams that we have issues and many concerns, and the sacrifices that we as a county, as a host community, have given to the refugees for the last 34 years plus. And therefore, I hope the message has been delivered well by you professionals in terms of really balancing the issues. How do we, support the host communities, the county, in terms of the huge sacrifices? We've spoken about in many forums that we were together, Ibrahim. You know how much I spoke about the environmental degradation that has happened to our county, courtesy of the refugees every other morning going out to cut our mega forest and trees for charcoal and for firewood. I really, up to now, it's mind-boggling that 34 years down the road, the world represented by USCR, WFP, are not able to provide alternative cooking system for the refugees, whether it is LPG, whether it is whatever you may call it, but that you are in charge or responsible for a huge community which once upon a time was probably one of the largest congregation of human beings in camps, 600,000. We are now down to about 400 something. But at one point it was about 600 and above, 1,000 people, allowed to come in, stay, eat. We give you the food because I know somehow there is some food supplied to them, but there's no firewood for them, no cooking system for you. Now go and cut the forests. That is something that has boggled my mind ever since I took over, and even before I was a governor. That how do you allow that to happen as an international community? It's something that has bothered me, but that's not the subject for today. I know, and you know very well, I had my own serious presentations all the way in Geneva and other places regarding the subject matter. But what I'm impressed with this morning is the level of discussion that you have had and the summaries that you gave. I was particularly impressed by the comment by our sister, what was the name, remind me? Maureen. Maureen, thank you very much. You said two good things. You said, first of all, you questioned, or rather still wondering, what is hindering implementation, if I understood you well, that the laws that have been passed regarding the refugees are not fully yet implemented. I also have the same concerns like you have. We have the Refugee Act of 2021, if I'm not wrong. It's about 4 years or 5 years ago since we've had that act. You probably need to summarize for the conference here. What were the key aspects or requirements of that act in terms of ensuring the refugees are given their right? Because when the refugees are given relief legally, it's also relief for us as a host community. When, for instance, the law says the refugees can move on, go do trade, travel safely, it's also relief for us as a country. When you allow them to go and do business, out of the camps, it's a relief for them and for us. So probably you may need to summarize that for the sake of the conference so that people can know exactly what the laws envisaged and where we are. That's one. Number two, you also say something very, very good. You said for the refugees to be successfully supported, the host community also must be equally supported. I like that because that's the reality of things. We as a county have gone out of our way even to create a dedicated municipality in Dadaab. The Dadaab municipality was created to support the host as well as is a special municipality as per the definitions of the World Bank, which is supporting us. That this is a special municipality, unlike other municipalities. For Dadaab and Kakuma, create special municipalities and we will support you. We need the support to come in a bigger way so that the Dadaab municipality, by the way, we have now expanded also to include Hagardera, and now the name is Dadaab Hagardera municipality so that we can cover all the refugee hosting camps. So Karibu, Maureen, so that we can tell us a bit about the two, or expand a bit on your 2 points of view. Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you very much, His Excellency, for the opportunity. Just to reiterate that we have already captured, before you got in, we had already captured the major concerns around implementation of the existing policies and where the gaps are in terms of policy and practice. And one of the major issues that we raised was around the designated regions where the law provides for a free movement of refugees, while in the same law, there is a provision for designated regions. That means that there is need for special or regulatory guidelines that define how refugees are supposed to stay in the camp, or how refugees are supposed to move from the camp to different places. As it is, the law is still not clear, and that is an area that even as an organization, as RCK, we need to work with the relevant partners to ensure that there is clarity on the law in terms of what the Refugees Act explains on designated regions, free movements, and movement phases. We also discussed challenges in terms of county level regulatory and financial exclusion, where we still have prohibitive business licensing fees. We have exclusion from public credit and revolving funds. Of course, also acknowledging the milestone that have been achieved so far, especially by financial agencies, including Equity Bank, that for the longest time has had a financial inclusion plan for refugees, and also the milestones that have been made by Safaricom after the regulations that were passed on communication and information last year in 2025. We also covered the strain on public service infrastructure and especially in host communities, where the main concerns that we raised was that usually the refugee hosting counties are far-flung from and experience a lot of infrastructural gaps. So we were discussing how municipalization is, as we move towards the transition, how we can ensure that local administrative units and also those who are who have the responsibility of ensuring that the Sherika plan is implemented and well operationalized within the county are able to ensure that there is enough technical, financial support to ensure that we can achieve the shift from humanitarian aid to self-reliance of refugees. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Wapi makofi. Thank you very much. My panel, then you can now take a group photo, and maybe because of the enthusiasm in this topic that I've seen with His Excellency, Your Excellencies, maybe you can just join them, and the Deputy Country Rep, please kindly join them. Your Excellency Deputy Governor Mbarak, Deputy Governor Lamu, and CEO Council of Governors, kindly join the panel in this group photo. Media team, are you ready? Asante sana. Thank you very much, Your Excellencies. Thank you very much to the panel. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been a very long journey, and especially that has led to this wonderful event that we have had here in Garissa County. This would not have happened without a very, very able and competent planning team that was drawn both from the Council of Governors and the county government of Garissa County. Allow me then to welcome the County Secretary, County Government of Garissa, Mr. Mohamud Hassan, that most of us have known as Nairobi, to just give us, because he has led this team throughout, so to just give us the journey and to just give us the experience and just a closing remark.
Thank you. Assalamu alaikum and good afternoon to you all. And as the County Secretary, I'm not a politician, so I'm not upfront to the microphone. Mine will be very brief. First, I'd like to thank His Excellency the Governor for entrusting us, this committee, to deliver this huge responsibility for this Devolution Sensitization Week. And we'd also like to thank the county and the COG teams who worked hand in hand to deliver this successful event. I would also like to acknowledge our partners led by WFP, UNHCR, DFC, UNRCO, UNICEF, Save the Children, Mission Relief, Mercy Corps, Safaricom Foundation, Equity Bank, Premier Bank, among others. To reflect on this journey, what we see here today, we see booths, we see tents, we see a dome, we see an event that is very colorful, but it took weeks of planning and a sleepless night from the COG teams and the county team to make sure that this is delivered. Because we were telling the COG team in Garissa County, we go the extra mile. We don't do half things. We do full on. So actually, I baptized this event as a mini DevCon because it's more of a DevCon than a Sensitization Week. So we had two teams, one from COG, that's the overall county and the COG joint committee. Then we had our own county planning committee. And I could say within those two committees, titles didn't matter. What mattered was commitment to deliver this event and make it a success. We coordinated well, back and forth, sometimes tempers flared. I remember we were with Yvonne here at around 11 o'clock with Safaricom Foundation, fighting where to put the tents and where to put the barriers. But in the end, we are here today. It was a successful event, and we are very, very happy. And I said this, I can see that she's laughing, but I told her, come Friday or Thursday afternoon, you just look back and say, this event was good, although we had our difficult times. Then I also like to thank our county departments who have participated in these events, who may not be here, technical committee members, because we have livestock, we have agriculture, all our county departments have participated, trade also. So I'd like to thank them. And so when we started this planning committee meetings, we told ourselves as Garissa County team that we are not only organizing an event, but we are showcasing the image and the potential of the county government of Garissa, which I hope we have achieved. And you are the judges. You can attest to that. So I would like to say, I believe we have achieved what the COG set a very high standard for us, but I believe we have exceeded, Madam Mary, the CEO, your standards. Also, I would like to recognize our officers, the protocol officers, the enforcement officers, the ushers, the communication team, and all our county staff. And I would like to recognize specifically a core team that has been working with me, and I would like them to stand up. And I would like to say just one of them is the Director for Liaison Farhia, Chief of Staff Abdullah Gedi, Shaiye, Jamal from Donor and Partnership Coordination. Did I forget anything? Roble from, just stand up for a second, let the people see you. Thank you. These are the core team that have been here day and night, of course. So I'd like to say to this team that when history will remember when Garissa County was called to hold such an event of this magnitude, you came and you did it. So you demonstrated professionalism, resilience, and unity. As your chairperson throughout this journey, I'm immensely proud of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Wapi makofi ya County Secretary wetu. Thank you very much for your leadership, sir. With permission from you, Your Excellencies, allow me not to go back on stage, but just to invite the Advocate of the High Court, who is also the Director Legal and Intergovernmental Affairs Committee at the Council of Governors, Ms. Irene Ogamba, who will just give us a summary of what has come out of this Devolution Sensitization Week, because all the conversations that we've had throughout this week we have developed a communique that communicates what we have done here. Director.
Thank you, Moka, and good afternoon, everyone. Allow me to read the communique of the 4th Devolution Sensitization Week under the theme Devolution for Better Health, Empowered Communities. Your Excellencies, the Council of Governors, in collaboration with the County Government of Garissa and other partners, convened the 4th Devolution Sensitization Week in Garissa County from 27th under the theme Devolution for Better Health.
Governance promote intergovernmental collaboration, enhance citizen participation, and identify practical solutions to improve service delivery. The forum acknowledged the gains
over the past 13 years, with discussion focusing on governance, accountability, healthcare, including inter-county maternal and perinatal death surveillance and response, popularly known as MPDSR initiative. We also discussed matters of agriculture, trade, investment, climate resilience, land administration, legal services, innovation, and local economic development. Following the deliberations during the plenary session, the technical session, stakeholders engagement, exhibitions, community forums, and medical outreach programs and supportive supervision visits, the conference resolved as follows. Number 1, on policy governance and institutional strengthening,
that the county governments, in collaboration with the Ministry of Health, Council of Governors and Development Partners, shall institutionalize the Inter-County Maternal and Perinatal Death Surveillance and Response Initiative as a national quality improvement and accountability mechanism for maternal and newborn health. The actors are the county governments, the Council of Governors, the Ministry of Health and Development Partners. Number 2, that the county governments and the county assemblies shall strengthen legislative oversight, accountability, and public participation to improve governance and implementation of devolved governance. The actors are the county assembly, the county governments, and the Council of Governors. Number 3, that the Council of Governors shall strengthen inter-county learning through regular peer review, supportive supervision, county performance reviews, and knowledge sharing platforms and dissemination of best practices to improve devolved service delivery. Your Excellency, under number B, that is health system strengthening, that the county government shall strengthen comprehensive and basic emergency obstetric and newborn care through sustained investment in health infrastructure, human resource for health, commodity availability, and system strengthening. Number 5, that the Ministry of Health, in collaboration with county government, shall develop and implement a national health workforce framework to strengthen the training, equitable recruitment, deployment, and retention of medical specialists. Number 6, that the Ministry of Health, the county governments, and the professionals and regulatory agencies shall strengthen the regulation, licensing, and oversight of healthcare providers by eliminating unqualified practitioners and enhancing facility inspection and enforcing compliance to safeguard patient safety and quality of care. Number C, on community empowerment and inclusive development. Number 7, that the county governments shall institutionalize integrated community outreach programs, including medical camps, legal and land clinics, civic education, business support services, and public participation forums to enhance access to essential public services. Number 8, that the county government shall strengthen inclusive community development by institutionalizing structured engagement with the youth, with women, persons with disabilities, the older persons, children, and refugees. Number 9, that county government shall, in collaboration with the national government, development partners, civil society organizations, and the private sector, strengthen socioeconomic empowerment programs for the youth, women, persons with disability, children, older persons, and refugees, and other vulnerable groups through skill development, entrepreneurship, financial inclusion, market access, and coordinated interventions. Number 10, that the county government shall strengthen youth empowerment through revitalization of vocational training centers, promotion of digital skills, entrepreneurship, and industry partnership to enhance employability, innovation, and access to decent work. Number 11, that the county government shall strengthen disability inclusion by recruiting qualified sign language interpreters, enhancing accessibility to public service, adopting inclusive policies and affirmative action interventions that aim at promoting meaningful participation of persons with disability in key decision-making processes. Number 12, that the county government shall enhance public participation, civil education, and constitutional literacy to strengthen citizen ownership of devolution, accountability, and inclusive governance. Your Excellency, under land governance and community registration, which is resolution number 13, that county governments, in collaboration with the National Land Commission and civil society organization, shall continue sensitizing the communities and public and community land registration to ensure that there is ownership and development of unregistered land. Number 14, that county government shall fast-track formulation and approval of the county spatial plan and digitization of county land records to guide on county planning and land use. Your Excellency, the Council expresses its appreciation, number 1, to the county government of Garissa for successfully hosting the 4th Devolution Sensitization Week. Number 2, the national government agencies. Number 3, development partners. It also further extends its gratitude to the people of Garissa for their warm hospitality, generosity, and support.
which greatly contributed to the success of the conference. The Council reaffirms its collective commitment to strengthening devolution as a foundation for improved service delivery, inclusive development, accountable governance, and better development outcomes for all Kenyans. Signed off by His Excellency Nadif J. Adam, EGH, Governor, County Government of Garissa. Thank you.
Wapi makofi. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. I'm sure you'll be able to also to sign it physically so that we can be able to see that, and to also give your commitment towards the implementation of the communique that has come out of this wonderful event that we have had for the past 2 or 3 days. Your Excellency, with your permission, allow me then to introduce another session. Before we go to the next section, allow me to introduce just a short documentary that shows the impact of the Inter-County MPDSR. And I can see some of their members are already here with us so that we can be able to see the chance that women and girls have. Thank you.
She walks into the hospital quietly. This is her third pregnancy, so there is no anxiety of the unknown this time. Only the fatigue of carrying life for 9 months. She's ready to meet her baby and return home, where her husband and 2 children wait.
You're doing great. Just breathe.
For a brief moment after the birth of her baby boy, everything is as it should be, and something changes. The energy in the room shifts, movements become urgent, and a moment of joy gives way to irreversible loss. This is not an isolated story, it is a pattern. Across Kenya, maternal and newborn deaths often follow familiar pathways. Delayed referrals, gaps in emergency response, shortages of blood products, and limited theater access.
12:30 nimepoteza mama na mtoto wote wawili.
Ingawa sijui amekufa kwenye naona yani amekufa ama yuko hai. Lakini nikasema kama riski yangu atakaa. Kama sio riski yangu mtu atachukua. Mungu atachukua tu haina shida.
These are not unpredictable events. They are known, recurring, and in many cases, preventable. Every year, preventable causes claim the lives of thousands of mothers and newborns. In Kenya, approximately 5,680 maternal deaths and 33,600 neonatal deaths are recorded annually, translating to 16 mothers and 92 newborns lost every day. In 2016, Kenya adopted the world
MPDSR has come up with a strategy to visit the high burden counties.
The MPDSR seeks to ensure that every maternal and newborn death triggers a structured review to identify contributing factors and generate actions to prevent recurrence.
Mbona kina mama wanakuja kina mama wetu wakuje mwezi wa kwanza wakipata mimba?
What began as a reporting tool has grown into a culture of learning and shared accountability. Each death review uncovers systemic challenges, and each finding becomes an opportunity to strengthen care, improve decisions, and save lives.
It's been a successful event, and today marks a very heartwarming. Being as one of the sub-counties with one of the highest burden of maternal death, we've had of successful cesarean delivery.
As a young doctor, this is a very good experience for me.
Mimi kama baba mtoto, nina shukrani kubwa sana kwa Mungu kwanza kunitolea kijana kwa mara ya kwanza akiwa mzima na akiwa salama sana.
The Inter-County MPDSR initiative, founded and championed by frontline healthcare workers, is building on this foundation. Anchored under the Council of Governors and implemented in partnership with the Ministry of Health and Development partners, it brings county governments together to end preventable maternal and newborn deaths through review of cases and implementing targeted solutions.
We want to leave labor ward, leave theatre, and break good news to families.
As Council of Governors, our leadership, we are really so proud about you because you've actually given us that opportunity to be going around and supporting the counties that have high burden of maternal and perinatal death.
Peer-to-peer learning is also turning one audit into many improvements. A single maternal death review can reveal system-wide insight that inform better clinical practice, planning, budgeting, and leadership decisions across facilities. In Makueni County, for example, deaths from postpartum hemorrhage dropped from 60 in 1 year to 0, while some counties have gone for more than 9 months without recording a maternal death.
The Council of Governors stands firmly with you in this journey. We remain committed to supporting counties in strengthening health systems and ensuring that the promise of safe motherhood and newborn survival becomes a reality for every Kenyan and family. Our wish that in the next 10 years, we would actually reduce these numbers. I would be the happiest person in this world, so that every mother is given a chance to thrive and every child is given a chance to live.
Kenya's experience carries a message beyond its borders. At the 79th World Health Assembly, this model demonstrates how devolved governance, digital innovation, shared accountability, and county-led collaboration can accelerate progress towards universal health coverage and the elimination of preventable maternal and newborn deaths by 2030. To translate commitment into impact, the Council of Governors has consolidated high-impact, evidence-based interventions into a 3-year investment case costed at $513 million. This is more than a document. It is a roadmap for action, accountability, and results. We urge stakeholders and development partners to support all the 47 county governments in realizing a simple but urgent vision that no mother should lose her life while giving life, and that every newborn not only survives but thrives.
Every woman, every newborn, everywhere. Tunajua, tunaweza na tunarekebisha.
Thank you very much. And you can see how the documentary closed. So let us repeat it. Every woman, every newborn, everywhere. Tunajua, tunaweza, na tunarekebisha. Sawa? Let's do that. Every woman, every newborn, everywhere. Tunajua, tunaweza, na tunarekebisha. Wapi makofi yenu? Asante sana. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to now welcome the CEO Council of Governors, Ms. Mary Mwiti, EBS. Please to talk to us. She has given us great leadership towards this wonderful Devolution Sensitization Week, and I'm sure she also has a lot to tell us. Karibu sana CEO.
A round of applause to Muka. Your Excellencies and the team seated here, if there is anything that derives and gives me a lot of satisfaction on a daily basis, it is actually the journey that we started of the inter-county MPSR. We have the champions here. Please be upstanding all the champions that delivered on this. I saw your faces somewhere. Please, my name will acknowledge you. Dr. Menge was champion #1. Your Excellency, this team that you see here is just a team that was in the referral hospital. We have large teams that are in our sub-county headquarters doing very complicated surgeries, and they did, I think, Dr. Menge, can you please, Your Excellency, with your authority, Dr. Menge, 1 minute, tell us what you've done the last 2 days in Garissa County. Kindly, I'm sharing my minutes with you. Just come up standing. Please, msimpigie makofi, daktari alikuja kurekebisha. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam CEO. Your Excellency, the Governor of Garissa, Your Excellency, Visiting Excellency Governor, and every person in this gathering. Thank you so much for the opportunity to work with you. The team that you've seen is just a small fraction of the whole team. The champions are across the country, and every member of the healthcare fraternity, every member of the partner or any partner working in the healthcare space, we welcome you. And every political leader. We've been told we know what is causing the deaths of our women. We know what we need to do. What we need to make a choice on is to correct what is causing the death of these women. In the last few days, even without really going through, what we've been able to do, one, since arrival, we've been able to visit your great facility, the Garissa County Referral Hospital. And how I wish, Your Excellency, that all governors would come and see what you are doing in Garissa PGH. If you don't know, so many women and children are being rescued by the efforts you've put in place. Yesterday, just an example, we had one woman who came from a neighboring county, had bled, was almost going to die. With a baby in the womb, the placenta is low-lying, has blocked the way, the baby cannot pass. And on arrival, your team, within 30 minutes, we had made blood available, we had made that woman alive again, we had taken her to theater, and both the baby and the mother are doing well. What amazes me is that the team we found in theater were competent. You could tell the desire to save life. There's something you do about your consultants and teams that makes them willing and motivated to do more. Please, could we all learn that healthcare workers, yes, we have our challenges. We are not perfect, but we can be made and worked collaboratively to allow us to give our best by providing the right equipment, right motivation, and right working environment that allows us to learn and relearn and unlearn bad things and then learn good things. We were able also to share knowledge on very important skills, such as allowing a baby to start breathing the first minute, especially those who are very early in life, what we call preterm babies. We have Baby Hope currently in Garissa PGH, an 800-gram baby who is still surviving on day 3. Of course, very important small things that make a difference. That a baby can be assisted to breathe from the first minute of birth in a process we call CPAP, continuous positive airway pressure. It makes a big difference. On my ask, Your Excellency, that if we can enable level 3 and level 4 to be able to provide best chance for the newborn baby born to survive by allowing them to have newborn units, at least level 2, the right skills in terms of healthcare provider who is there, and basic equipment that they need. CPAP, a cot, you will reduce the number of babies dying. In the previous conversation, it was mentioned that we need numbers. But why should a mother give birth to 10 children, lose 5 for 5 to survive? Can we reach the numbers we desire to reach? No. We must give every newborn baby a chance to survive. Whether they are born when they are too young or too small, or they are born with difficulty in breathing at first minute, we must give them assistance. Our colleagues are currently in Modogashe, they are in Balambala. This team that is currently here have been in Garissa PGH. The main idea has been to exchange ideas, exchange skills, do them together. And in the process, we are able to share what are our weaknesses, what can we do better. And of course, if we find ourselves also been laxing and doing not very good things, absent from work, we tell each other, that is not the call that we were given. We must be present. As I close, Your Excellency, my special appeal, please, you are in a very beautiful region. Your house is doing much better. It can improve. May I challenge you to invite your neighbors too, to share in the things that you are doing differently in regards to the healthcare. The women and the children in this county are blessed to have you. Thank you, everyone. We invite everyone to the convocation. Thank you. I forgot to say my name. So James Amenge is my name. I'm a gynecologist, a passionate defender and advocate of women health and newborn health. I practice at Kenyatta National Hospital, the National Referral Hospital, KNH, and a co-founder of Intercounty PDSR initiative, together with my colleagues, Dr. Mary Maina, who is not here, Dr. Manyasi Christine, who is not here, and others. Together with my team who are in the room, we are so grateful that you allowed us to be together with you. God bless you.
Thank you very much, Dr. The governor. Mine is just to pass a vote of thanks. Nairobi did a part of it. The governor of Garissa County, His Excellency Governor Nadhif Jama, the governor for Tana River County, His Excellency Governor Isa Timami, Ms. Robin Ellis, Deputy County Director, UNHCR, representatives of the national government present, and those that are with us from day one, the members of County Executive and County Assembly of this great county of Garissa, the chairpersons that are present, and the CEOs that are still present, my sister Rukia, we truly appreciate you, the Council of Governors Secretariats, the champion behind this a successful event, the development and implementing partners that have walked this journey with us, community leaders, our youth, women and persons with disability, the media, and most importantly, the people of Garissa County. Good afternoon. It is my great pleasure on behalf of the Council of Governors to deliver this remarkable appreciation as we bring the 2027-26 Devolution Sensitization Week to a close here in Garissa County. This week has demonstrated once again that devolution is not merely a constitutional framework, it is a people-centered system of governance that must be experienced, must be understood, and shaped by the citizens. Over the course of this week, more than, Your Excellency, 4,500, I want to repeat again, Katra, during this week, more than 4,500 residents of Garissa County had an opportunity to engage directly with the county government, the Council of Governors, the national government agencies, the development partners, and other stakeholders. Through medical camps, please clap. 4,000 is not a small number. This is through the medical camps, legal and land clinics, community barazas, panel discussions, and other citizen-focused engagement. We brought services, information, and conversations closer to the people. These engagements have been particularly important because meaningful devolution is ultimately measured not only by the structures we establish, but by the difference these structures make in people's everyday lives. We therefore appreciate the people of Garissa County for opening their communities to us, asking questions, sharing their experiences, and providing valuable feedback on the delivery of devolved services. Your participation has reminded us that citizen engagement is not an event, it is an essential part of accountability and responsive governance. Ladies and gentlemen, the people of Garissa, I wish to sincerely thank His Excellency Governor Nadhif Jama of Garissa County, whose other strong attributes I didn't know. He is actually a perfectionist. He comes through notes with a toothpick, something that I didn't know, and I think I've realized that I need to engage governors more so that I appreciate the other side of you people. Your Excellency, we truly, truly appreciate. And the county government of Garissa for the leadership, hospitality that has really served all of us, and the commitment extended throughout the week. Our appreciation also goes to the Council of Governors leadership, beginning with the chair of the Council of Governors, who's been very supportive through this journey, the governors and the deputy governors across the 47 counties, the county executive committees across the 47 counties, county assembly leadership, and the technical staff from both the county government and COG secretariat, who ensured that we deliver a successful and vibrant Devolution Sensitization Week. Your Excellency, allow in a very humble and committed appreciate most sincerely the Garissa team led by the CS Nairobi. Nairobi, I forgot your name, but I call you Nairobi. Where is the Chief of Staff, Gedi, my sister here, and the teams that were behind the wheels, burning midnight oil to ensure that they complement our capable team from the Council of Governors. County Government of Garissa's technical team, we truly, truly appreciate you. To my team from the Council of Governors, they always exceed expectations. But this one, I give it to you. You did an amazing job. And I keep on saying, Your Excellency, if I was to be asked to have another team, I would still choose the Secretariat at the Council of Governors. Tupigieni watu wetu makofi tafadhali. To our national government counterparts, the development partners, civil society organizations, professional bodies, and private sector partners, thank you for bringing your expertise and services to the people of Garissa. Your collaboration demonstrated the value of partnership in advancing the objectives of devolution. Special appreciation goes to the teams that delivered the medical camp, especially the MPDSR champions. We cannot thank you enough, MPDSR champions. We are currently in sub-county hospitals to support the local teams in undertaking complex medical operations and engage in peer-to-peer sessions and sharing their knowledge without any pay. We also wish to thank the institutions that participated in the legal and land clinics, community barassas, and panel discussions, and allow that I pass special appreciation to one man that is a working constitution and the person that wrote the chapter on devolution that works for the Council of Governors. Professor Mutaha, please, if you could be upstanding. I believe, under the auspice of this son, the greatest joy that you drive every day is to realize that whatever you pen down is actually becoming a reality. Dr. Mutaha, we owe chapter 10 to you, and you are living it up, and we really want to thank you for working with us as a Council of Governors and telling us that devolution will only survive if champions are raised to protect that which our forefathers and the people that wrote the Constitution envisioned. These were not simple activities on a program. They were platforms through which citizens accessed services, received information, raised concerns, and connected with institutions responsible for serving them. To the media fraternity and our communication team, thank you for helping amplify the conversations and taking the message of devolution beyond the physical venues of this week's engagement. Most importantly, allow that I sincerely thank the residents of Garissa County for their hospitality, and the numbers speak to the level of interest and ownership that citizens have in devolution. More than 4,500 people participated in powerful reminder that Kenyans want to understand, engage with and contribute to the governance of their counties. The residents of Garissa County, we truly, truly appreciate you. As we conclude, let us allow the conversations for this week not to end here. We must take a step of faith forward to ensuring that the resolutions that have been read will be implemented fully, each and every resolution. The real measure of devolution sensitization week will be what happens after we leave Garissa County. 1, the questions raised must inform action. 2, the feedback received must strengthen service delivery. 3, the partnership established must continue and must be sustained. 4, and the lessons learned must inform how we take devolution close to the Kenyan people. Your Excellency, behind the bars, there are people that burnt their midnight oil, starting with the people that have already appreciated, just in case we crossed path, just in case we stepped on each other's toes, it was not intentional. Garissa team, please take this with a lot of stride, that it was never intentional, but it was only for desire for excellence, and so that we deliver what we've given to the people of Garissa. If there was any incident, as a CEO of the Council of Governors, I extend my apologies. As a Council of Governors, we remain committed to deepening citizen engagement, strengthening intergovernmental collaborations, and ensuring that the promise of devolution continues to translate into tangible improvements in the lives of our people. The greatest gift that we shall give to our people is ensuring that there is service delivery to the people, we remain accountable to our citizens and ensure that the most vulnerable, all of them, are part of the inclusive governance of the county governments. To the people of Garissa, thank you for hosting us, thank you for engaging with us, and thank you for reminding us that devolution belongs to the people and for the people. With those remarks, I wish to once again express our sincere gratitude to everyone who contributed to the success of Devolution Sensitization Week, and more so to the guests of honors that we received from day one, starting with the Cabinet Secretary for Health, Honorable Duale, second, and the whip of the Council of Governors, the second day that we received His Excellency the Governor for Lamu County, who is with us even today to ensure that the closing of this Devolution Sensitization Week is a success. Your Excellency, we do not take this for granted. My concluding remarks is even the worst form of devolved governance is better than any centralized form of governance. Devolution must be sustained. Devolution must be sustained, and we are here to ensure that we protect the devolution by everything that we have. Asanteni sana Garissa. We look forward to engaging with you more in the future. May God bless you, and may God bless Kenya. Thank you very much. At this juncture, allow that I invite none other than the governor for this great county, His Excellency Governor Nadif Jama, to come give his remarks, and then we'll be able to invite the chief guest to close the session officially for us. Tafadhali tupigie Governor makofi as he comes.
بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم الحمد لله رب العالمين والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا محمد. Let me first of all take this opportunity to thank all of you who are with us this afternoon as we close this great week in Garissa. But before I do so, I wanted to invite a good friend, a former schoolmate, classmate, who said even though he had some other engagements in outside Garissa, but was willing to be with us from day number one. But he said, even if it's the last closing day, I will come and join you guys and close the session with you. Please join me to invite Dr. Dabar Abdi, who was my classmate, my schoolmate, and is currently the chairman, the national chairman of the Council of Nurses of Kenya. Karibu, Dr.
Just say hi to the people. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. First of all, I like to take this opportunity to thank my governor and also His Excellency, the governor from Lamu. His Excellency Nadif is not only my governor, but is a long-term friend, as he mentioned. He used to tell me that you are my school captain, but I'm now your governor. That is Garissa. And I also had the pleasure of being these two brothers in the first devolution, which I think we did a wonderful job. I'm very happy to see today what is happening in devolution. And there is one thing which in my life, I was just explaining to my sister from UNCR now. She said, how do you find devolution and before devolution? And I told her, during devolution, before devolution, we had one medical doctor in the entire northeastern Kenya. Today, only in Garissa County Referral Hospital, we have 50 consultants. Forget about the others. And this video which was shown made me really almost cry. That's what we pass. That's what our mothers pass. And those of you who have mothers alive, please take care of these great ladies. I repeat, take care of our sisters, our daughters, our mothers. We don't pass the problems we pass. Did you see a man in theater, in labor? Did you see a man going to cesarean section or being delivered? God has given. And that's why in Islam, a mother is given 3 higher grades than the mother, than the father. We value you, And thank you very much for this. I am happy what was supposed to be done as a nursing council on the issue of universal coverage and health and devolution has already been taken care of. We'll still work with you, but one important thing which was really in the resolution was, as regulators, we must ensure the people taking care of us are people licensed by the regulatory bodies. You have seen how we lost a young man after tooth extraction. Didn't you see that one? By a fake dentist. Yeah? We have fake doctors, fake nurses, fake everything. And even fake, what do you call, community health promoters. We need to ensure the people we deal are people who have got the licenses to practice. And I thank you very much, Your Excellency. And thank you very much, Professor. I sincerely appreciate you have been really an icon, and may God really give you the right direction to lead this country. Many people who are not actually well, they're so called the unsung heroes. But for us, we believe the Almighty will pay you. Thank you very much, Your Excellency, and I wish you that. Thank you.
My brother Dabar, thank you very much. I'm also equally told we have our Speaker of the Assembly. Okay, you're there. Maybe you just want to wave to your colleagues. It's just here. You came for the closing session also. Just say greetings and then we.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests. My name is Abdul Gure, the Speaker of Garissa County Assembly, and a very important arm of devolution. I am glad that we work very closely with the governor. We have had our challenges together in terms of ensuring that Garissa today shines. It has not been an easy journey. I am very grateful for all those who have attended. We have had very insightful discussions. We have reflected on the challenges of devolution. We have we have shared our prospects. We have shared our results. And I'm sure without you, we wouldn't have today showcased the success of devolution in Garissa County. And I'm sure with these lessons learned, we will reflect upon them to ensure that we move miles ahead. And therefore, devolution is not just the transfer of functions. It's about the lives that we touch, the success that we deliver, the mother who is able to safely deliver in Hulugo, the far-flung sub-county of Hulugo, the far-flung sub-county of Liboi. And that has been made easy by devolution under the able hands of our former, present governors and leadership. Together, we are able to move and make devolution a success. Thank you.
Okay, I'll be very, very brief because I know time is not on our side. But let me first of all start by appreciating all of you who are with us in this closing session. And in particular, ningependa kumshukuru sana sana my brother, my colleague, one of us, together me and him, a few others, who started devolution. We are the founding fathers of devolution, having been the first governors, or the first lot of governors in this country. That's my brother Isa Timami. Tulikuwa pamoja na yeye as the first governors 2013, 2017. 2017, karangwa, what do you call that in Swahili? Tumekarangwa in a way or another, lakini we came back in a big way. Myself, him, our current chairman of the COG, Ahmed, and Governor Cheboy, who was also here with us a few days ago. We were about 8 of us. Somehow, by God's grace, we say, by God's grace, kwa sababu, it all happened with the knowledge of God. Kwamba, we were just pushed out for 5 years, 17, 2022. But when we came back, each of us came back in a big way. Maybe ili Mwenyezi Mungu aonyeshe Wakenya kwamba those first lot of governors were good people, but were just pushed away through some political maneuvers or whatever, and so that we can now conclude our second term in the best way possible. Mary, let me say that to me, this week, or this sensitization week, when you told me will be held in Garissa, I somehow was doubtful in terms of what is the real value proposition. If this is not the main conference, what is it supposed to be? And why my county? Like any, knowing myself, I immediately said, twende kazi. Now, I am really somehow overwhelmed today, to say the least, because I know I've been trying very, very hard on matters healthcare, on matters water, the key devolved functions. I always knew I was trying very hard with my people day and night, ensuring that we deliver. But I have not really known that we have done so much in healthcare to, should I say, reach the level of appreciation that you people are telling me today. So Kwanzaa, I'm a happy man. Many times when I see how the people of Garissa attack me in the social media, I was asking myself, I must be a big failure. But kumbe, I'm doing a lot of good work. So I'm a very happy man. If that is really you people coming from outside, my brother included. Yesterday's Governor Cheboy told me, the same thing, that governor have done a very good job in terms of healthcare. I'm really impressed. Kwa hivyo, to me, this was a God-sent event to come to Garissa and for us to witness that we are doing something good and we can do better. I still have time. I will learn from the shortcomings. I want to take this opportunity. This is an opportunity to thank all of you, and particularly those of you who have been behind this great week, starting with the COG, Mary and her team. I remember we even had, times when you, Khatra, and the other team members from COG Secretariat, we had actually a bit of rough times. Why is this delaying, Governor? Why is the program delayed? Why are we doing this and that? But as you said rightly, I like getting myself involved in issues that are happening in the county. So kidogo ikiwa mmeona kwamba I've been a bit hard on you people, it's just because we wanted to ensure we perfect things. Really worked very well with the team. My people also, as you have heard the CS Nairobi talking here, have also been very, very dedicated. So together, even at short notice, I believe we delivered the best that we could, even though I know we can still do better, and I have no doubt we will do better in many other events that are forthcoming. Kwa hivyo, mine is to appreciate everybody, to thank all of you, and also indeed thank our medics, our teams, both the ones who were here in the event during the camp. I was really impressed to see the large number of people that were being served from day number one, and who got a lot of good treatments. Even now, when we were going around, very, very impressive. Just even if I was to take only one example, the example of the medics who are doing the eyeglasses for the people out there. Only today they were talking about having served or having given eyeglasses to about 170 patients who required that. So that really all shows that our medics team, we can't thank you enough. MPDSR, I've listened to you, Daktari, and your team, and I think we have few more issues to discuss so that during my remaining term, we can increase our relationship, we can work together more to ensure that we together continue reducing our mortality rates as far as our mothers and our children are concerned. So once again, this is a day of appreciation. I want to thank everybody, our partners, who are many and who are still seated here, those who supported us directly or indirectly. I can't thank you enough for being with us and for always being prepared to support us. The people who came to showcase their products, quite very, very impressive, even from the local community members, our farmers. The lady who spoke here yesterday about, how prepared she is. I also met her outside there. I can't remember her name exactly. Not Abla. The other one who was Abla is our farmer. But the lady who said, I'm an industrialist and I can, Sadia. Even now I met her outside there. And what she's told me is very impressive. She told me, when you will be launching the KAIP project, hopefully next year, she will take a whole section to produce her items. That is already a local producer for our KAIP project. And that is very, very impressive coming from our county. So, ili nisiwachelewesha sana, mine is to really, really thank each one of you for being with us, our people. Vijana, wazee, wakina mama wa Garissa. I can't thank you enough for being with us throughout the whole week to make this event successful. Without you and without your presence with us here, haingekuwa colorful as it is now. Kwa hivyo, mujipigie makofi kwanza. I'm really, really impressed by our people. Asanteni sana. Once again, our medics, our people, my staff at the county referral hospital, once again, thank you very much for bringing your best out to impress our visitors and to impress my colleagues, the governors who came here. Of course, Madam Mary, as you rightly said, we will collaborate. We will undertake to discuss these issues. This is not the end of it. The DWSW was basically to give us insights into our issues, our SWOT analysis, where our strengths are, where our weaknesses are, and we will undertake now the real work of now basically coordinating, working together to see where we can improve and to help each other where we can. This county, as you've heard a few times, our hospital is a referral hospital for a number of neighboring counties and also for the large refugee population in the Dab. We serve many patients from Tana River. We serve patients also from Southeast Siolo. We serve many patients from other places neighboring Kitui County. And for that matter, of course, also the refugee population. So the referral hospital also is stretched, and that's why we have now decided to construct one of the largest MCH facilities in the region. Our new MCH facility, which is coming up with about 400 plus beds, will be a game changer in this region as far as mother and child hospital help is concerned. Kwa hivyo, we're also looking forward to that. Hopefully, before our term comes to an end, we'll also be together to celebrate, probably launching that big facility. Kwa hivyo, asanteni sana once again to all of you, and a really great week that we've had together. Let me now take this opportunity to call our guest of honor today, my brother Governor Isa Timami of Lamu, to come forward and close for us this great week in Garissa. Asanteni. Hay sugal kusin lag ma, kuli wong kusin jere ma. Suwan kusin jere ma mar kasta ba. Hay.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. And good afternoon. I am very happy and honored to be accorded the opportunity to close this fourth Devolution Sensitization Week. First, let me really thank the people of Garissa for the very warm welcome that you have accorded to all the visitors who have come for this event. I have interacted with a number of other people, and let me tell you, we are all impressed by what we have seen. My takeaways from this fourth Devolution Sensitization Week, it has shown clearly that devolution works. Devolution works. And I'm very happy to see the professor here, because I know he played a very big role in having the constitution which gave birth to devolution. So I think, please, let's give him a round of appreciation. I believe I have a lot of takeaways personally. For most people in Kenya, their view of Garissa County is a laid-back desert county. But what I have seen today, the farmers of Garissa County, I salute you, because it shows. And this is one of the reasons why we needed a devolution. Who expected to see such vibrant sector of agriculture? And Governor, you are playing a lead role, and your departments. We went around, and I must say, everything is very impressive. Can you imagine a young boy from the adjacent school had a helicopter, which was actually motorized? And this is the innovation. If I didn't come here, I wouldn't have seen it. And the young boy has given me a note to present to our president, and I undertake to deliver that note to the president. My biggest other takeaway is none other than Baby Hope. I saw her yesterday, and the team, you have saved a life. Now, Governor, it is your intervention, your stand, to have such a facility, to have such equipment, to have such dedicated people working and saving lives. Today, it's also sad to see that in most other counties, the nurses are on strike. What nurses should realize, theirs is not a job, it is a calling. And it is very wrong to press for financial gains and put at risk the lives, especially of our mothers and babies. So I'm calling upon nurses everywhere. Please reassess. Counties are ready and willing, but they should also know that we have limited resources. We cannot accommodate all their demands at a go. And already I am informed my ICU in Lamu is closed because the nurses are on strike. So you can imagine that we stand to lose our people because of this uncalled strike. And I call upon them to please reassess the stand you have taken and let us sit and discuss. But in the meantime, services should never be stopped, whatever the grievances. Apart from that, and the team that saved Baby Hope, first our prayers are with the baby and the mother, and our prayers also that God also blesses all the team that looked after that mother and all the mothers. And I if I had a vote in this county, if I was a voter in Garissa County, I will vote Governor Nadif for any other position that he may be looking for, because of simply the work he has done. And doing such an event takes a lot of time, a lot of planning, and a lot of commitment. So the team from the Council of Governors, I'm very proud of you. The Garissa team, led by the very able County Secretary, Nairobi, thank you for putting this up. It wouldn't have happened without the support from all the other donor organizations. We don't take your support for granted. We appreciate. And one other takeaway from this Sensitization Week, the 4th, is the innovation that is taking place in counties. We are very impressed with what we have seen. And Mary, if the 5th Sensitization Week is next year, I hope that you should hold it in Lamu so that we can also showcase what we have been doing. So the kind of hospitality, Governor Nadif, that you have accorded to all of us, if this continues, then I will be having to come to Garissa every other week so that I enjoy the hospitality that you have accorded to all of us. But otherwise, I also patiently listened to the communique that was read here and which, Governor, you have signed. And it's very important that we also implement the resolutions that have come out of this particular 4th Devolution Sensitization Week. I believe, as far as health is concerned, most, if not all, most of the counties, we have seen great improvement in our health sectors. And the measure of success is how our people's lives have improved. We have taken care. Every county have success stories to tell. And Governor Nadif, you have a regional blood center. Lamu County used to use Mombasa, but from now on, we will be bringing our blood for screening to Garissa County instead of Mombasa County. So all in all, this, Your Excellency, has been a very, very successful 4th Devolution Sensitization Week. And all of you, the people of Garissa, all the exhibitors, and all the partners who've joined in, our media, we really appreciate. And again, we don't take you for granted. So now I have the honor to declare the 4th Devolution Sensitization Week officially closed. Thank you very much, and God bless us all.
If you don't mind, you can come and say a word of greetings to the people of Garissa, because we just missed on protocol. Please, go ahead. Thank you very much.
No, Honorable Excellency, and to both of you. Thank you. It is so kind of you to recognize UNHCR. So much good work has been discussed today. So many things that have been achieved through the devolution during the course of this week. UNHCR plays but a small role. And I want to thank you for inviting UNHCR, but more importantly, for the county of Garissa, for the people of Garissa, for hosting refugees. We heard up to over 600,000 at one point, now some 400,000. Thank you to the county and to its people, but also to the leadership of Kenya for receiving refugees over many decades. As you know, and has been discussed, there is a county plan to further develop, to support all the good work that is being done, ensuring, yes, that refugees are included, but that the overall inhabitants of Garissa, no one is left behind. So thank you. You have our commitment from UNHCR to continue working with that and all the good work that you're doing. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much, Madam Robin. Finally, with so many praises that have and accolades that have been awarded to the Garissa Referral Hospital, and with so many medics here who have been there, COG team, our governors, I feel a bit obliged to call to the stage the CEO of the hospital, who has been really praised a lot. You want to come forward and be seen by your people? Amejaribu sana. I think he has tried his best because these good praises, of course, there is a big man behind him, but yeye pia amejaribu.
Salam alaikum. Thank you very much, Your Excellencies, Your Excellency Honorable Nadif Jama, Your Excellency Honorable Isa Timami, and all of you guys. We are very much proud. The devolution has worked in Garissa, and the testimony of devolution since I was both before the devolution and after the devolution in the Ministry of Health for the 33 years, I can attest that the devolution has worked, and it will also improve the great lives of the people of Kenya. Thank you very much, Your Excellency.
Thank you. Thank you very much. In fact, as a testimony of what sometimes we do, I do with him, Mary, when we agreed on the week, on the devolution week, our maternity was packed, and the mothers basically did not have enough room. I told him we must create an additional ward very quickly. And we did that in 10 days. Yeah, we did that in 10 days. So today we have a full-fledged new maternity wing in addition to what we had before. So that's the kind of work sometimes we force ourselves to do so that we achieve the appreciation of our people. Asanteni sana once again, my brother. Let me conclude by thanking him a lot for being with us up to the end of this session, up to the end of this week. Tumeshukuru sana. I mean, it's great that to have a governor colleague closing with me this session. I'm not taking this for granted. Asante sana. Asanteni sana to all of you once again. And we say, let's stay well until we meet again. Asanteni sana. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency.
Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike
Thank you, Excellencies. Excellency governors will leave at their own pleasure. From Sharaf dancers. The Secretariat, together with the Intercounty
da da